is gone and all of the paths you've drawn have sunk to the ocean sand where no one can see you stand. Don't let the dark embrace, cower the dreams you chase under the rust and blood. Don't let yourself give up. Boston, lives in a world she's lost in, victim of compromise. He's staring at her Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's whistling the catacombs, a paradox. He's in love with the statue in a marble block. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shakes her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let him taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that time forgot. Wasted moments, full of potential that torments. An angel in disguise, but he can see her Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's a whistle in the catacombs, a paradox. Oh, he's in love with the statue in a marble block. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shakes her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let him taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that time forgot. That time forgot. The girl that time forgot. You let her go, catacombs. You let her go, let her go, catacombs. You let her go. She just shakes her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let him taste her tears. She's falling too far.
Welcome everyone to another day of CounterPit. It's Kingwin versus Flipside. Alongside me, Vendetta. And Vendetta, what are you up to today, buddy?
Just watching ESL, ESEA Pro League. You know,
yep,
seeing,
America.
Yeah, exactly. Seeing America, you know, getting back to their dominant spot, I guess. Trying to leave those complexity glory days, if you'd like. Yeah, that's pretty much all I've been up to. How about yourself?
Not much at all. Actually, still kind of sick. Obviously, yesterday I didn't cast, so if I go silent, it's probably because I'm coughing, sweating, sneezing, bleeding profusely from my nose. I don't know, one of the above. But we do have two matches today, and one of them is actually the last group match of Group B. I'll bring up the groups really quickly. So Group B, today we have mousesports and Titan. That's the last game remaining in that group. So if one of those two teams win that, they'll move forward, they'll advance, they'll be in a position to advance at least. Whereas if, however, they tie, they're both out.
So everything to play for.
Exactly. So Titan, mousesports, either of those two teams could be moving forward, moving Hellraisers or Penta down. Now, I don't know how the head-to-head's going to work between them. I have to look. I can't remember who beat who head-to-head. I think Hellraisers won that. So Hellraisers might be the one to move forward out of that. Don't quote me. I have to look that up. Either way, if they tie, neither of them move forward. So we'll see if there's a gentleman's agreement based on whoever wins the first game, or if they just don't care and they want to play out for the glory. But first, of course, like I said, it is Team Kingwin going against Flipside. These two teams have played very little games compared to everyone else. Overall, Flipside's only played the one game so far. They do have a victory in it. Kingwin's played 2 and forfeit, lost another against VP, but still have 4 points in the standings, so it's doing all right still. But before we go to that, yesterday I had an awesome day on Vulcan, by the way. Those teams I picked, yeah. First overall for a $425 prize pool, won by a hefty margin. I had Angel as the strat caller at 221. Now, there's no league today because this rescheduled game wasn't included in time. This game that we're about to display, this Kingwin versus Flipside game, is actually a rescheduled match from what was supposed to be played yesterday, which is one of the advantages I had. I actually removed all Kingwin and Penta players just to be sure that I didn't have anyone not scoring yesterday, and it helped a lot because, truthfully, the best team, I was 9th out of 2,000 in this league, which is still impressive for a $100 prize pool. I don't know what I get out of that $100. And I was first also in this one. I had 3 different teams with Adren as my shot caller in most and Angel in the others. But Doja, this guy had Doja, and he was nuts yesterday. Strat caller is Doja, 319 points. That's just insane. So that's how this guy got the lead on me there. And he actually hit 4 digits in points, which is pretty crazy. In fact, the top 7 did. And there we are in 9th. So not too bad, but yeah, Doja was definitely the one to have, and I gambled on him not being able to perform because he was a very high price point. I think he was actually the highest of anyone playing yesterday, but obviously it paid off.
Yeah, and I actually think that, you know, it's still an okay gamble for you to make, seeing how Doja's played as of late. I mean, how the last, like, 1.5 years, Doja hasn't really been Doja. So, but it's really fun to see him actually play super well yesterday. He absolutely dominated everyone. So that was really fun to watch, especially versus Titan. He just completely shut him down on Inferno and Banana and just kept it going as well on the second map.
So it's Cash and Mirage, and Kingwin picks up Cash. We'll play that first, and then Flipside, no surprise, they take Mirage. They're really good on the T side of it, although they've been a little bit lackluster as of late, and I still say their CT needs definite work on that particular map. It's inconsistent. When it's on, it's great. When it's off, it's way off. They only pick up something like 3 rounds sometimes on CT Mirage, which is a bit of a problem. But Cash, not too bad for Team Kingwin. They actually played this really well the other day. Scream, by the way, the last time we saw this team was insane.
Oh yeah, no doubt. He was absolutely insane, and kind of expecting the same thing today. Because, you know, in the past, when he first joined, or actually even before he joined Barry Games back in the day, he was kind of just doming everyone when he was allowed to run freely. And Kingwin seemed to be that kind of a team that just allows Scream to do whatever the hell he wants.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case here. We're still just waiting for the knife to get underway because not everyone's joined into the server just yet. Likely they were all watching Cloud9 beat Envious as well. But either way, this still does have implications because It's only 4 points for Kingwin. It's only 3 for Flipside. They've got a good few games in hand, but Gamers 2 and Dignitas each have 1 game left, and they're 0-2-2, so 2 draws apiece. If either of those teams could win their last game, it would actually skyrocket them up the standings based on how many draws there are. So these 2 teams still need to pick up wins, or at the very least need to draw today.
I guess the added benefit for at least Flipside is the fact that they've only played, well, this will be their 2nd game, right? In the group stages.
I've got to restart the game really quickly, by the way.
Alright.
Just because I've got some amazing overlay issues.
No, actually, yeah, I'm actually missing a radar and a couple of things here.
Exactly what I had go wrong. So I'm going to just reboot this really quickly.
But yeah, now both Flipside and Kingwin actually have excellent opportunities to get through their group stages, and as you mentioned at the start, the 2nd game of the day is going to be really interesting because it's pretty much winner takes all.
I mean, that's exactly it. It is winner takes all, and quite literally, whoever wins that one is going to be moving forward directly into the playoffs. Now remember, the top 2 go to the upper bracket, the bottom 2 go, or the middle 2 I should say, the bottom 2 of those moving on go to the lower bracket. The bottom 2 overall in the group, they're out, they're done. So 2 teams eliminated in either group before we even get to playoffs. As it should be, truthfully.
Yeah.
Not everyone deserves to be rewarded by going straight through. I'm having a long time connecting to the server. Hopefully I'm not having more issues, but as we saw, they aren't underway just yet, so we should have no problem getting in there. Cash, by the way, another map that's pretty even-sided. A lot of teams, I shouldn't say a lot, a few teams, TSM, NIP, occasionally will start T-side on it, but CT is definitely going to be where they want to be after the knife.
Let's see if I can actually connect, because I'm also struggling actually connecting to the relay here.
Yeah, I'm back in, but now it's showing me no one in the relay, so I think the relay has to catch up to me. So there might have been a server reset that we didn't know about, which happened as I was reconnecting, oddly enough. Everything does appear to be working for me now. I can draw pretty pictures again.
It's all good then. I mean, day saved.
Day is saved. Save the day. Alright, well, the relay will eventually catch up to me. It's a 2-minute delay, so we'll get there and then get underway. I don't know, what about your predictions for this one? Kingwin, hot lately, Flipside, heavily reliant on Simple's performance, and he wasn't necessarily playing all that well the last time we saw him in this particular league, so is there a chance for Kingwin to slip away with this one?
Well, in their last 5 matchups, Kingwin have come out ahead 4 times. So, you know, judging by previous form, obviously they had really close games at the Gaming Paradise qualifiers, but, or at least in the first best of 3, but I still would favor Kingwin, especially now that they have Dennis in there. I know that they play with Nico at the Gaming House or Gaming Paradise qualifier, but I think Dennis is a worthwhile replacement, to put it that way. And also they get an in-game leader, someone who's solid with the op, and no, I just think Kingwin are slightly ahead when it comes to this matchup.
Well, as we said, the relay was all we were waiting for. That's now occurred. We are back with all 10 players in the server, so we should have a knife round any second, and we'll figure out exactly how we're going to get this started, get this underway. Additional players who need to step up. We mentioned Scream, we mentioned Rain. Now, Scream, obviously, one of the best aimers, if not the best aimer in the game. Who else needs to be big for either side? Simple as well, we talked about briefly, but Bondic, perhaps, as a stable player?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the one map that Flipside actually beat Kingwin on in the previous matchups has actually been Cash. So, I mean, for Flipside, I think that even though this is Kingwin's map pick, I kind of look to them to make their impact here. Because when we saw them pick Mirage, which is going to be the second map, I think that was versus Na'Vi, that just didn't go well at all. They just completely dominated, more or less. So yeah, I think it's on Flipside to actually steal Cash away from Kingwin if they want to have a shot at actually getting a draw. And
of course, Dennis is officially signed now. We obviously saw him in action with Kingwin a few days ago, but he's officially on the roster. They've signed the contract, so that is their completed 5th. And Hoyton's gone, not allowed to play. Well, I shouldn't say not allowed. It's not like they banned him for life, but no longer a member of Kingwin. Yeah, he's gone. This guy's cut from the cult.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of surprised that they, initially everyone was thinking, well, surely Nico's going to be the one to hop in, right? He played for them at the, the blank qualifiers. He's been doing extremely well, and he's an excellent player. So why wouldn't they, right? When they're about to remove a player, but. Yeah, as I said, Dennis, not a shabby replacement at all. I mean, I think he's going to do a lot of good for this team.
Well, 9th round is started. We'll figure out who's going to get which side. Flip side, World Edit not tagged up, interestingly enough, so I'll keep that in mind. But Bondic, how does Bondic have 1 HP? How's that even mathematically possible in the 9th round?
Must be some slices and some jump damage.
Some dices? Was that what you were going to say? Some slices and some dices?
Slices and dices and jump damage.
Some doses and mimosas.
Oh, dude,
champagne and cocaine.
Mimosas, man. I mean, yeah, no, I'm assuming you've kind of tested every type of alcohol there is during Canada Day, didn't you?
Not on Canada Day particularly, but I've definitely had my fair few types of alcohol.
Been around the.
I mean, you don't end up dancing shirtless with Edward at the bar without trying a fair few different types of alcohol first.
Including absinthe.
That may or may not have happened.
I mean, yet to be confirmed, but, makes for a good story.
Well, flip side, they lost the 9th round, as we saw. They'll start out on the T side.
And Kingwin with a very different setup on their CT side pistol. The aggressive 3-man pushed out on B, just having like a little play by card to hold off A, and basically just gain map control and go for an eventual retake on A.
And right now it's going to be a push through the big garage. Already on the flank, it's Fox to take down Simple. He did at least collect Rain before that, but information gathered and a trade that favors the terrorist side, oddly enough, because they know that there's 2 men out of position. But Fox is still on this flank, and Dennis picking up Markelov makes this a lot more possible. And look at Blade, though. He doubles up. Bondic electing Fox. It's turned around completely backwards as Scream is now the last one left in a 1-on-2. And he's got a bit of a chance here. Bomb has ticked away for a decent amount of time, though. No kit on him, and I'm not sure, actually. I didn't actually spot if anyone else did buy a kit. It might be dropped inside the site, but he's going to have to fight his way even toward that, and it's not going to happen. Bondic, flip side, they bring the round back.
Yeah, looked really good for Kingwin there. Even though they get spotted up by Simple, and that kind of sets everything into motion for flip side, the fact that the 2 guys coming in from behind gets 2 frags, that should be the thing that breaks flip side's back in that first round. But Blade with that double kill, just saving it really for flip side. It allows them to kind of calm down, and it forces Scream to play more passively.
Good shot by Rain again to start it off for Kingwin, but it's Simple that drops, it's Blade to trade. But nice shot, Michaelele, excuse me, I was about to say Markelov, but Michaelele gets that one with the Deagle, but World Edit coming in from the A main with the SMG, uses it to his advantage. Fox, 2 shots with the Scout, bodied up on both. Second one just through the edge of the wall, but Markelov now, he will take down Dennis. Brings us back to a 2v2, 1 HP on Markelov, though has to be so careful. Bomb is in the hands of Blade, but he's not yet close enough to the site. In fact, still has to exit from a main and cross over a completely naked site. No smoke utilities. Actually, Blade does have one if he wanted to put that out to get them in position. And Markelov, interestingly, gives up the SMG and goes for the Scout because he's looking for the one-shot wonder based on the fact that he's got 1 HP, and a headshot from Fox takes down Blade, dropping the bomb. And they know exactly where Markelov was. There was already a call that he was at quad. He does manage to go back, gather the bomb, and he's going to have to try and hug this to plant, and he's not. He actually wants to take the fight, finds the first. It's Fox down, missing on that shot, though. Allows Scream to easily pick up the Deagle, and it's going to be 1-1.
Very solid from Kingwin. Just not really much flips I can do about that. First, you have the Rain, the really crazy flick shot from Rain onto Simple on the boost, and then Michaelele following it up with a 1 dig in mid, and all of a sudden you're down 2 men. It's really hard to get anything done because your set executor are going to have so much less power whenever you reach the site. That was just very well done by Kingwin. But that was just simply down to getting those crazy shots in.
And Simple's going to get boosted this time with the Deagle. See if he can spot up a shot toward Dennis. Does at least spot him. but hasn't hit the shot. So 1 part of 2. Information, not a kill. Double flash out from Dennis to try and get himself out of the corner. Had support from Highway. Now he's just going to smoke Garage. Actually stays put. So all he has to worry about is the single angle now that that smoke's out. Limits his options just down to the boost, but Scream, meanwhile, has found Blade with the M4. Michael still holding on to the scout. Has a shot already into World Edit. Gets the second one as well. Second one's a headshot, so didn't even need the first when it all came down to said and done, and Dennis closes the round. Markelov's the last to drop.
Yeah, straightforward anti-eco for King win. Flipside not getting anything done at all, and didn't really seem like they had that much of a plan going into it. You basically had the entire team spread out all across the map and just hoping to get a pick here or there. Didn't quite work out though.
So Dennis back to the same spot at Sandbags and mid, back to pistols as well for Flipside. So they try and wander through A main right now. Markelov, we can see in the X-ray perspective, he's heading out towards Squeaky. Bondik's going to join him. Bounce flash, or rather smoke, excuse me, from World Edit. That covers off the main connection. They've actually nailed the smoke on top of the catwalk as well, so they've got a good entry onto the site. In fact, all 5 of them are going to be near the bomb plant, and Bondik taking down Dennis. That's first threat removed. Simple climbs his way up over top of the forklift onto the catwalk, but Michael spots him with the scout. He's still holding onto that weapon. As Markelov sliding out from quad. Has to find at least 1 player, and he's not going to do it. Rain gets him. Fox found one before that, and Michael closes the round. 4 players stay alive, but bomb goes down on an eco, so Flipside will have guns easily in the next round.
Yeah, the smoke execute from Flipside pretty much... well, pretty much set up a wall between Dennis and the rest of his teammates, so they just kind of agreed to let Dennis die there instead of challenging it and potentially risking a round where they should be able to retake. So, a smart play from Kingwin, but also a good execute from Flipside, because they get the bomb plant down, and that's pretty much all they want.
World Edit, fast op comes out, takes down Scream. First time we've seen it up on Flipside. And Simple's actually got one as well, so there's 3 ops out to play. Michael, of course, having the other one. But this is aggressive from Flipside to go double op heavy T side, having already lost 3 rounds, 1 gun round. And being ecoed to start it off. Michael is getting aggressive towards Squeaky. Throw out the fire. That'll slow them down just a little bit. Allows him to limit his angle here. Shuts the door as well, so they'll give it up the gig when they try and come out from that perspective, that direction on Squeaky if they hit the A site. No free access. As Mike just waiting for someone to peek out, and it's World Edit. He just barely spots the elbow, but perfectly placed shot. That illuminates 1 op down. It's Simple that has the other still up and still alive. As Dennis again towards Sandbags, and this time times is peaked to perfection. Simple gets caught, both ops dropped. It's just 3 AKs left against the 4 Team Kingwin players. Rain coming out from the vents. He actually gets caught by Bondik, and interestingly enough, Dennis had rotated early, so he wasn't there to go for the trade. He has gone to support on the A site, but that also gives a bit of time here for a rotation back the other direction should Bondik go scout out the B site. Instead, he's going to work down middle, try and split onto Highway. As we can see, Michael still looking toward the A main. Dennis knows that one is towards Squeaky. That door's been open. In fact, he's going to get shot down. Markelov gets the kill. Michael trades it back by getting Bondik on Highway. But they're going to boost over top of the red. And Blade actually gets the first kill by that. But Fox recovers nicely to leave us in a one-on-one. Bomb does get planted. And Blade realizes now that he's already peeked out aggressively and goes for the shot. Can't do it. Fox wins the exchange.
I was barely for Fox, though. He actually ran out of bullets. And if that last member from Flipside actually has head armor instead of just the casual armor like Kevlar, then there's a very good chance that Fox just dies there. But yeah, small margins as of right now. But again, it's actually pretty impressive for Flipside to get onto that bomb site even after losing both of their ops to kind of nothing. Because they didn't really get that much out of it. Both Simple and World Edit didn't have any particular impact in that round. So good job from Flipside. And it's showing that their A takes are, you know, they have some oomph to them, which have been an issue in the past.
Michael taking down Simple. It's been a little bit quiet to get started, as we can see 1 and 6, not characteristic of the Simple most people have come to love or hate, depending on who you cheer for. Michael to smoke out A main now as well, so changing his angle entirely, heading back over toward that B site. Rain's already dropped. Michael on 48. So HP advantage does still actually favor Flipside, but not if Dennis can do that. Doubling up, falling back, still not taking any damage, and now he drops the bomb. It's the hat trick, looking for the quad. Does hit World Edit through the edge of the wall. It was actually a dink, but he still has 60, just based on the penetration. Reduction, rather. As Dennis swaps over to the USB and he wants to get the quad, he does. Well done by Dennis. 4 kills for him. It's 5-1 Team King win, and Dennis leads the way with 8.
And Dennis getting off to a hot start. And when we saw King win play in the first game at the CounterPit League, then, you know, Dennis had a pretty slow start to the game on Dust too, not really doing that much, and then eventually coming alive to help out his team. But if he can get off to a good start, I don't really see any reason why he would slow down either. So this is a great sign for King win.
Rain looking aggressively toward the front of A main. They've not smoked it off. As I just highlighted, Michael is playing inside A with the ops, so no need to prohibit his vision. They want to entirely leave him that angle so he can try and get the opening pick. Meanwhile, it's Fox to find Blade. That's the opener. Simple now dropping back down with the Deagle. He'll collect the bomb that was dropped at the doorway and move it slightly more toward A main, and he's going to take down Rain with a well-placed bullet. 1 Deag, in fact, and Bondic does the same, taking out Dennis. So the Deagles right now from Flipside looking incredibly good, but Michael just as quick as that hits 2 and legs up the 3rd. It's Simple left down to 16 HP as Fox in middle is going to find Bondic, and Simple in a world of hurt all of a sudden, despite this opening with the Deagles, has to run back and hope for a better opening toward mid, because again, 16 HP and just the Deagle to work with. Hits the shot, actually puts Fox down to 23 HP, but Fox collects the hat trick, and it's going to be 6 now for Team Kingwin.
Yeah, King went off to a really good start, but obviously these are, you know, a couple of these rounds are pretty much anti-ecos, where Flipside haven't really invested anything at all into it, and this time around they're just going to go with the single op. And it's actually going to be World Edit to hold on to it, and we've seen that more and more actually as of late, as a trend. Whenever they have to decide between the two, it's going to be World Edit who gets the go-ahead.
Bouncing over top of mid. World Edit. Now looking in toward A site. Still hasn't spotted into a quad. He's hoping that Michael is going to take that peek, and as we can see, Michael might just do that, but the flashes are timed perfectly, so World Edit, who should have had an easy potential shot, couldn't do anything about it other than fall back, so he himself did not go down, but Michael eventually does slide back out into his crosshair. And thank you very much, sir. World Edit will take the advantage, and Kingwin leave themselves a man down. But they won't act on this just yet, Flipside, because they've got a rotation coming over from Fox. He now finds himself at Truck, and as we can see, Rain is still inside the site directly in front. Fox just waiting it out passively as Rain's going to shift in behind the forklift to cover off Squeaky. Simple, meanwhile, lurking over on B, hoping he can catch someone off, and Dennis almost got caught looking the wrong way, but doesn't eventually take down Blade. That puts World Edit in a position with the op to try and counter back, and second shot works out because the first just barely missed on Dennis, and either way, it's another man advantage situation for them to take. 4 versus 3 rather than 5 versus 4 this time, as they work in toward the B site. Simple looking above to heaven, but Fox already finding Bondic. Simple turns back, finds Scream, has a chance to get the other. Meanwhile, in mid, Rain, who is the lurk, the late rotate, he's going to take down World Edit. Bombs gets planted, and it's a 2 versus 2. Simple inside the back of the site, still peeking toward heaven. Has his teammate Markolov to cover one side, but they need to make sure they aren't caught looking the wrong directions, as Simple doesn't cover Squeaky, or rather Checker, excuse me, and Markolov does take advantage of it, and now it's Rain to push forward, takes down Markolov. And Kingwin again, despite how close these rounds are going to get their 7th.
Yeah. The only reason that round is even remotely close is because Simple just hit a ridiculous shot onto Scream. Scream had the easiest kill of his life. He was just about to side strafe out, killed Simple, and that would be it. The round would have been over because Scream could have easily gone further and gotten 2 more kills. But Simple just kind of flicks his mouse around, I don't know, just threw it off the table and jumped and just like insta one-shot at Scream. That was just ridiculous, and that's the only reason why Flipside actually got onto the side at all. But, you know, they do what they get a bomb plant, so they can actually buy up, but right now, Flipside can't be banking on that type of stuff to actually hold them in the rounds. Michael
manages to actually get through that fire, only taking...
It was his teammates.
Yeah, but either way, I would have expected more damage than that as he walked all the way through it.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that Dennis threw that in there. That didn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, unless Michael thought he was going to get rushed based on the flash. But either way, there's still a threshold of about 3 seconds to work down that hallway, so it's not taking full advantage of the time.
Alright. In any case, Flipside haven't really done all that much, and they've had the most success really towards that A bomb site, and they haven't really explored too much about middle, at least not in weapon rounds. So I'm looking for them to actually, do what they're doing right now, which is get mid control and see if they can work their way forward.
Nice shot by Rain over top of Hut. Finds Simple as he tried to enter into the vents. That leaves Bondic the position to, though, get the trade. Scream aggressive toward Checkers, using that smoke as his advantage to take the peak, but now he has to fall back because, as we saw, that's dissolved. World Edit, late to mid, finds Fox coming out from Z, checking the highway. So not looking in the correct direction. Bondic, he's up close, knows there's one inside the smoke, and finds Scream. Has to look toward Heaven where Michaelele enters, but World Edit has the angle covered, from the opposing side. So there was no entry, and that's the second for Flipside finally.
Yeah, very much needed round, and now they just need to continue on with that. Taking over mid, I think that's the key pretty much in any game when you're playing cash. So, yeah, I would look for them to do that more. And it worked out pretty nicely again. Obviously, they kind of caught Kingwin out when Dennis and Brain were too far apart to actually get like a proper crossfire going, but still. Oh, wow, this is pretty aggressive from Kingwin. So, they're forced to an eco, but pushing 3 people into doorway here.
Markelov realizes they're there, but he only realizes there's one. So Michaelele in the corner, easy shot because he was undetected, and that allowed the angle to work in his favor. This means Simple, though, can work up toward middle. World Edit's going to be coming from A main. And look at the stack right now inside the site. Kingwin, they get another, but they've been spotted, and there it is. Flipside's already headed toward B. They're going to realize they're going to get that with only one remaining inside the site. It's Scream with the deagle. Now Mr. Accuracy finding one, has a chance to pick up the AK, slides back out. Can he get the other? No, it's Simple to drop him, and Scream, I wouldn't have put it past him to pull him off in that situation. As Fox, he falls back, 2 from Heaven. So interesting that both players remaining are going to come from the same angle, and they're both going to drop just as quickly.
Good old from Flipside, but still, Kingwin do get they do get quite a few guns out of the hands of Flipside on that eco. So not the worst thing in the world for them as well, but Flipside avoid that horror that is winning one round and then losing the following one. So their money's actually pretty safe for right now. They should be able to get a buy round even if they lose this one.
And Dennis back down the long way to Heaven, or rather, to Highway this time, as Fox is going to find Simple. Aggressive play over on B main. That slows the push down just a little bit. Bomb dropped inside Big Garage at mid. Rain on truck, passive A hold, so they're pretty much playing for an A retake at this point. With that early aggression on B. And they'll stack up 2 toward middle, bottom highway. That's going to be covered off by Dennis as he slides back up, though. Gives himself the angle to work towards Squeaky, but World Edit was already there with the op, so checking the angle, knowing the smoke was low, he just had to look high. And easily hits the shot, so World Edit has to go back and reevaluate the situation. You'd think a trade would favor the offense in this case, but so far they aren't splitting up in the defensive side. There's still 3 on A.
Yeah, and there we go. Rain kind of checking out for information, and still the rotation towards B continues from Kingwin. This is a bit weird.
Yeah, exactly, because they weren't rotating, and now they're all rotating. It's going to be Scream, though, that stays inside of A side. He finds Blade by jumping up on top of the ticket booth. And as he retreats down, there's the cover of the op to fire all the way from Z in toward the A site, but World Edit, he's jumped on top of the forklift. He's definitely spotted the player at truck. Doesn't know where he is through the smoke. Now he does, and easily gets the shot onto Fox. Michaelele trade, but bomb, it's placed. It's 2 versus 2, and look at the HP for Flipside. They have to play so conservatively, yet Markelov mans up, tries to take the angle against Scream. Very aggressive peek in Bondic. This might actually work out in his favor because as he pushes out, he realizes there's no one left over on the right. They have to be coming from the left. He pulls for the flash, but Markelov is going to get the shot before he even goes down. And Flipside will pull it off. And important that they did that because they reset the money bonus just prior to this.
Very impressive hold, actually, especially with solo HP on the 2 members from Flipside. I definitely thought that should have been an easy retake for Kingwin when they have that big of an HP advantage, and the positions from Flipside aren't really that amazing to work with because they kind of had to scramble when Scream did so much damage to them. And speaking of Scream, bringing out the 1 dig onto Simple towards B.
We've seen a lot of deagles already so far in this match, but Blade gets the double with the AK. No utilities whatsoever for Team Kingwin. But again, that 1D we did see from Scream, and he still has 100 HP. Let's see if he can find another one. Happy birthday. What a name for the knife. As he'll get Fox inside of the site. Scream. Oh, a little bit of a TK there. As Fox overreacts, a little bit of a panic mode as shifts his aim back over to the front of the site and realizes his team's there. But Bondik's now going to take down Dennis. This might allow an entry from Blade. There is still 2 on the platform, and actually as a result, they're taking the bomb all the way back over there. Take no chances. They may not even get that far. They may not need to. Markelov, he gets Scream.
Yeah, very safely played by Flipside, and well, Kingwin don't get the exact wanted result out of that round. I mean, I think everyone on Flipside actually were down to below 30 HP. Might have been one guy at 43 HP. I can't remember if it was 34, 43, or whatever it was, but pretty low members on Flipside all over the board. So they're kind of lucky to not lose more weapons than what they did. And now we're seeing the double up setup coming out once again.
We'll see if it pays off for Flipside. It didn't in the first round. They attempted to use it.
Flipside actually doing the same setup that they did for the CT pistol, pushing 3 people aggressively towards B. Difference this time is that they don't push through after getting that first pick. They just back off, and they're still in a pretty good position actually to do a retake towards A, which is how they're set up to work this.
Markelov looking for the entrance through the smoke, but Michaelele holding the angle with the op gets the better of him, and that means Rain has to play from the forklift, essentially solo, although they have rotated Michaelele back on top of the catwalk, so he's got a good angle, but Bondik finding him. He's said and done. Bondik now coming from highway gets countered out, though. Rain responds to that first frag, and now it's Dennis on the rotation to find Simple, but World Edit, the first stop, is still alive. It's still kicking, and it's in a 1-on-2, and World Edit trying to slide out through the site. He gets the bomb back in his hands, and this is probably the ugliest Safari mesh I've ever seen. Just a little bit of a decal left on the skin, but either way, he's got a 1-on-2. It's not looking good for him, although the more time that goes on, the more time there's a chance they'll rotate. They're actually going to stack up on highway just in case it's at either side of the site. He finds the first on Fox, using the angle to his advantage, but crossing over with a flash out. How does he make that work? How does Scream, of all people, not hit that shot? 8 seconds, he has to hold this plant any second now, and he's not going to. 4 seconds, he's actually going to force the fight. He has the bomb in his hands, and yet he's going to force the fight. Why does World Edit not even attempt to put the bomb down? He gets the kill at least on Scream with a no-scope, but I'm confused by that.
Yeah. No, he was probably expecting Scream to, well, figure out what kind of a situation he was in, the fact that he actually had to plant, so he was banking on Scream trying to bomb rush towards that B-bomb site towards that A-bomb site to actually deny the bomb plant before it goes down. And, well, the gamble didn't quite pay off, and it's unfortunate, but he does stay alive, so it's not the end of the world for Flipside.
It's one of those situations where you just want to plan it just in case. If you hear him running, he's got to run from highway. If you hear him running, get back off it and try and take the fight at the very least, but give yourself the chance, man.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree, but split seconds decisions.
And Blade, he gets 1 on entry. That's Michaelele this time to go down. Rain is holding the same angle from forklift, and it's World Edit who hits him with an excellent shot up close, so making up perhaps in a little bit on the last round, but he has to pretty much do a lot more than that to overcome the deficit he's created. He does pick up a second one before Simple does drop down. Bondik's going to find Dennis, and it's left to Fox. 1-on-4. He's at truck. They know his position. Doesn't mean they can necessarily kill him off easily as he picks up 2. Swaps from the FAMAS over to the M4 that was sitting on the ground beside him. A deceased teammate left it as a gift. And a parting gift, perhaps, because he's going to part the scene and try and save it.
Not enough time for him to actually retake that bomb site, so he's just going to hold on to his Colt. Does pretty okay economical damage, but right now, Kingwin are just having massive problems holding off that A-take from Flipside. They're just getting in eventually. Doesn't even matter if they lose 2 or 3 members as the initial attack comes, but they always manage to do immense damage on that A-bomb site towards Kingwin. So wouldn't be too surprised if they actually saw more people heavily focused towards A for Kingwin.
Blade looking for someone to get aggressive toward the B tunnels. They've done that before. We've seen Fox push in that angle already once this game. In fact, he did it really early in the round as well, so not a bad guess for Flipside to try and catch off one of the Kingwin players, but so far it's not going to amount to anything. Bondik this time at least spots the player that gets inside that corner, so last time we saw Michaelele with the CZ get an easy kill. It won't be so easy this time around. But Bondic yet to push the issue. In fact, now that he does, he's actually allowed the player to escape. So Dennis rotates back over to A. It's Michael with the op who gets back in toward the site through the squeaky door. And Simple, he's going to work back over toward B. Bomb's still inside the big garage. They haven't really committed, but look at the stack right now from Kingwin. 3 inside the B site. Rain's pushed up A main, and that's why they've done this, because they've got such good information on A right now that it's an easy call for them to stack up this B site. The one lacking position that they don't have right now is mid. There's not much of a mid presence, so Blade might be able to split on top of the vents immediately.
Yeah, okay, this rotation makes very little sense to me. Very, very little sense. They rotated 2 people off B, not even into mid. Fox eventually ends up there, but Bondic's gotten behind him.
Yeah, that was peculiar considering it did start off with 3 men inside the B, as I mentioned, but it didn't get there in the end. Bondic pushing all the way through, Napoleon-style divide-conquer takedown. Michael and Dennis responding with 1, leaving Bondic the last one remaining, and Dennis is going to use the map to his complete advantage. 9-6 Kingwin. They slip up a little bit, give 3 rounds, in fact 4 rounds in a row to flip side, but they'll win out the half 9-6.
So, you know, a decent score for both teams. Given how Kingwin started, they probably would have liked to get more than 9 rounds, but you know, in the end, this is still something that they can definitely work with. They should be able to acquire, you know, 7 rounds on the T side themselves.
Fox flash through. Just to make sure no one's going to push A main aggressively, they'll go for the double boost. Simple waiting at the sandbags, very patiently, hoping they'll overlook him when they run by, and we saw from his point of view that they have, but now they've spotted Rain turning back on Simple. He only able to pick up the 1. In fact, I take that back. He didn't even collect the player that was in Z, so that doesn't work out at all for Simple, and that's going to be frustrating for him. As Kingwin take control of this pistol, but not by a lot, in fact, as there is still 3 players up, but the HP favors them. Markelov 22, Bondic 9. World Edit perhaps the saving grace on 86, and World Edit's going to slide down highway as I say that. Meanwhile, though, they've all worked in toward the B site. It's Dennis to take down Markelov. Bondic's not going to peek. There's no way he should with 9 HP. In fact, he does, and Dennis with 1 bullet. Drive-by shooting. It's left to World Edit. Does drop the bomb. In fact, drops the bomb all the way outside the site. It's in the pit. If he knows that, he can play this angle, and he will. World Edit recovering the round.
Very way round. All over. I mean, you pointed it out. Simple definitely should have picked up, you know, at least 1 frag and perhaps 2 in that position, being left alone for so long. So he had a golden opportunity to pretty much win the pistol round from flip side right there. Instead, it just ends up in a very clowny 3v3 that just has a bunch of trades in it. And you know, you said it again, the guy on higher from Flipside should not have peaked with 9 HP. It still does it, but eventually, you know, Flipside somehow, some way end up winning that round.
And Rain looking for an angle, an opening. It's not going to happen. It's Blade that actually uses the SMG to his favor. Double scout setup. Tech 9 as well for Dennis. So a very aggressive buy from the T side. In fact, this will nullify the fact that they got an early plant. Or rather, excuse me, they didn't. I take that back. It was dropped in pit. It's okay, Vendetta. I'm sick. I have an excuse to make a mistake here and there.
Nice.
But it's actually going to work out all right for them right now as Fox will take down Blade. Fox will take down Bondic. Excellent shot on him. Brings it back to only Markelov, so they've got the advantage. They've got a bomb, and they can actually work up highway onto the A site. As Markelov's nowhere near there, he's gone all the way over to B, so he has to play the retake bomb. Will go down, Scream just making sure no one's going to be coming from A main. Sticks the plant in the wide open position, and this gives an easy post-plant setup. 2-team Kingwin. What can Markelov possibly do? Nades off on quad just to make sure they're not going to be there. SMG still up in his hands. Has to force the issue. And rightfully so. He's going to go all the way into Aiming, realizing they're both there. And a 2-on-1. Scream gets the shot. It's another eco. Team Kingwin.
What a game Fox is having. He's pretty much on the CT side. He got, you know, the first frag of the round so many times for them whenever they pushed aggressive. That round, getting 4 kills with the scout, and even the assist on the second one. So he's just doing an immense amount of work for Kingwin right now. It's kind of surprising though to see Flipside giving themselves up that easily too, because they definitely figured out that there was 2 scouts alive for Kingwin fairly quickly. So at that point, kind of surprised that you'd play this aggressive and take that many challenges when you're kind of allowing the scout to work to its fullest.
Dennis is going to look for the entry. He does find the first on Bondic. As they're the ones with the weapons now, it's turned back. It's going to be Simple, though, finally contributing something. He's been quiet all morning. Or evening, I guess, as we are in Europe technically right now. So for me, it's morning. For them, it's evening. And it's going to be Michael and Dennis to take the next 2 kills. Both coming away from flip side. One player left the truck. That's Markelov. He gets knocked down immediately. And World Edit, he's out towards Squeaky. Might be able to at least surprise 1 or 2 players by opening the door up. Or catching them off on an exit. But him to win this is very unlikely. In fact, interesting, they're already spamming toward this. So they know he's there. And Scream's not going to allow him to go anywhere. The wall itself is also penetrable, but very unlikely that you'll do mass damage with an AK from that perspective. It has to be pretty much an op to hit through that shot. And they go for the knife. Bad-mannered Michael. You get what you deserve. But Fox will close out World Edit as he crosses over the doorway.
I didn't get to see what weapon Michael had on him as he ran in, but I'm assuming it wasn't an AK. If it wasn't an AK, that was a really dumb move. If it was just a SMG, I mean, sure, okay, if you know he's there, then, feel free. And I mean, the guy did only survive with 1 HP, so it's not like it was far off. Because that's $1,500. That would have had him an op.
True enough, the op would have been worth bringing out. So Michael this time, Tech 9 limited, has to save up for one more before he can ping out the big green, excuse me. A little bit of a right-click flash, but it won't do much because that would have been spotted from a mile away, and Blade, he easily is going to walk back out toward Highway. Rain, good awareness as he hears one coming below him, turns back and finds Simple. It's all left to Bondic, 20 HP. And he's going to get dropped by Michael Just to give you an idea of the scoreline, it's 9 and 18 for Simple.
9 and 18. That's not a typical Simple line. It's not at all. And well, we saw it yesterday. I mean,
is it a complicated line? Would that be the opposite of a simple line?
Ooh, complex line.
Crickets.
Well, I mean, it's hard not to get crickets, right, without a live crowd. Just gonna have to assume that everybody at home is laughing.
I think that our dad jokes is one of the subreddits that's still working, so we can go post there.
Oh, that's true, actually. In any case, I mean, yeah, this is not the kind of game that Simple wanted, or the type of game that we were expecting from Simple, and it's making it all that much harder for Flipside to actually get anything done. We saw it yesterday as well, or the last time we saw Flipside play as well.
World Edit again to open up on Rain. Now, despite that one particular round we called him out on, he's actually been fairly consistent, and Simple now has an op, and Simple, this is where he starts to come alive, but Michael through the edge of the smoke will find him before he can do any more damage, so double for him, but that's all. As Markelov now inside on the platform. He's got to wait for someone to work toward him. World Edit, meanwhile, has the first angle that would be spotted up. Michael does at least get to pit, in fact, jumping up on the ledge. Has a bit of an angle to work with. Markelov's, though, waiting on the opposing side, and he'll go no further.
Yeah, nice and easy round for Flipside there. With a good hold, and obviously getting that first frag onto Rain and Med, allowing them not to get split up, really, when Kingwin, wants to go for that P-take. Still, not in the greatest position. They're in, or they're looking at the potential of actually being completely money screwed right now if they lose this round. And Kingwin still have money to buy up, so this is a big, big round for Flipside if they want to stay in this.
Rain's gonna slide. Doubles up, in fact. Bondic the first, Markelov the second. World Edit, though, he's the third. It's going to be Rain that has eventually dropped down because third's a charm. At least they'll get him with one of those players. As a flash comes out from Fox. World Edit's nowhere to be found, though. He's already left and headed back over toward at least the Z connector at mid, because that'll allow both ops. It's double op right now, still up from the CT side, to at least control middle, but that means they give up A. They have to play from the long angles, and the push right now from Fox, as they want to just save these, might actually catch out onto World Edit. Doesn't. World Edit holds true.
Yeah, and well, the worst case scenario flip side actually happens.
Oh. Michael Lele got him.
Yeah. Worst case scenario in so many ways for flip side right here. Completely broke. They're actually going to decide to force buy, and you know, off the back of that, World Edit op, but it's not a great buy. As soon as Kingwin gets a sniff of what's actually going on, they're probably going to take it rather passively, or actually no, they're just gung-hoing right on into mid.
Gung-ho, let's go. It's all for show, but Fox, meanwhile, he's going to play the lurk over toward B. AK out. I haven't really seen too many shots come in from that angle. The heat map, I would have to say, probably doesn't favor B much at all so far in this match, despite that there has been some executions. Most of them have come from splits or kills within the site. It hasn't been a lot of B main action. As World Edit and Markelov, who's aggressively looking out from heaven, because there is a smoke covering off the B main choke point. They want to just cover off Checker to make sure no one rotates around and gets in behind them. And Markelov knows they're there. The flash goes out. Markelov goes in. He gets two. Actually, take that back. Rain collected the second with the AK, but the flash blinded all three. Kingwin, though, still have the guns to respond. It's down to a 2-on-2 as Blade with an MP7 and Bondic with the FAMAS have to go against the two AKs. Dennis will put this bomb in. No, he fakes. He's actually looking for a player to come up from heaven, and he could have had this bomb planted by now. All he's doing is allowing Flipside to get a little bit closer onto the B site. Bondic's going to come from CT side. They've got a player in the form of Blade coming in from the vents as well.
It's a pretty bad plan as well. I'm not really sure why he's opting to plant behind the boxes, but it's going to make Rain's position a lot worse.
I think he has to have known that where no one peeked on his initial fake that they've got to be closer, so he doesn't want to plant in the open. And Dennis again using these blocks. A monkey on the monkey bars, gets over top, finds Bondic, and now it's just left to Blade, who will enter the site with the MP7, has some time still to work with, but if he can't find a kill right away, he won't go for this. He does actually get Rain, so he'll force the issue. If he can find Dennis using the movement speed and the mechanic of the MP7, it could be alright, but it's not going to happen.
Not gonna happen, but yeah, no, with that bomb plan, he still could have planted fairly safe, and at least safe from the parts that he was spotting out towards, which is higher, and towards the lower entrance towards B. Could have still planted for that and still had a good plant for Rain, who was in checkers. The only place pretty much could have gotten taken out from would have been outside of B, where Rain, was standing in pretty much in the open. So, no, it's still a bit confusing, but I guess it is the safest option. But it's not going to leave you in the greatest of positions in an after plant.
Simple will take down Fox. As Michael responding, though, has the op out in hand. Watch for Rain to cover off aggressively as the bomb has been planted, and in fact, he gets very aggressive, takes down Markelov, and we're on match point.
Yeah, no. Flipside having to eco after force spying that previous round kind of left them without too much hope of folding that back. Kingwin just knowing what kind of economic situation Flipside were in, and took advantage by just brute forcing them towards A. This is, this is it for Flipside. Have to play a perfect game of Counter-Strike from here on out.
Well, that's the problem. Because there is 7 match points to work with from Kingwin. So they can play conservative here. They don't even need to force the issue. It is T side, though, which does not necessarily favor them, but their executions have been decent. This time, unfortunately, they just can't get the kill on Simple, who recovers to a position and allows himself to open up and get a shot in return. Rain's found his way to quad as Fox will take down Bondic, but Rain, he's going to be the key to the round right now as he gets Markelov. Fox is still alive with 2 HP, but they have yet to find the player at Forklift. He's still alive. It's Blade that's there, and Rain's going to drop down. Unfortunately for Fox, it's 2 HP, as I mentioned, and he's actually going to run back. He has not got the bomb, so just looking for another angle to take guns away from Flipside at this point. And if he could win it from here with 2, it would be a miracle. And he's looking for the shot toward quad. Spots up World Edit, but firing away gives away his position. And again, very low HP, but still manages to take down Blade. Looking for the angle. It's not going to happen. World Edit had shifted away from quad to the left, and it gets the shot done. It's 15-9.
Flipside holding on. Losing quite a few members though, so this buy actually is going to be worse than the one they previously had after coming off a round loss. Luckily for them though, King went in a bit of a dire straits in terms of their own money. They're going to force it through with Tech 9s and Go B, and this is going to be actually really tough to hold for World Edit and Markelov.
Markelov getting dropped on top of Heaven. But that gives Simple the second chance to drop the bomb carrier and Scream. He makes no mistake on it, so that'll only leave a 2-on-2 situation here. Kingwin, again, match point, still trying to make this work. Michaelele did collect one more, but Simple's got Fox, and this is just Michaelele's turn. Bomb's still down on the side. He's running as well, so Simple's going to hear this, but he wants to back himself away. Simple can't peek through that smoke. As Bondic, they think he's still at B. They're still looking toward this. There's 46 seconds. He can easily get toward A. They're going to stick together so they don't limit this to a one-on-one, because that would actually give Michaelele the chance to win this with the M4, but they are potentially going to give up a bomb plant here, and now they're slowly shifting away. And Michaelele's gone toward Highway, so they might be able to come out and stick a needle in his back if they got quickly enough to Z connector, but they're not. They're still going to wait again, holding hands. They don't want to give up 2 one-on-ones because that would give them the chance to wrap this up. So flip side, using their teamwork together to hold on, to potentially prolong this game further, give themselves more of a chance to complete this comeback as the bomb will go down. And now the retake will come their direction, and Michaelele just sells that door, opening inward. They might think he's gone that direction, and instead he's going to play it from quad. So this is him playing mind games right now with the opposition. But he has to pick his peaks perfectly. First flash goes out. Bondic looks. They haven't spotted the open door yet. Now they do. Bondic fires. Bondic pushes. And Bondic wins. It's Michaelele down. It's a defuse. And we're going to go to 15-10.
That nearly, went the way of Michaelele. I actually think it would have been, he did have the time to actually look for a rotation before he actually went and planted the bomb. And I was kind of hoping for him to do that. As soon as he gets up short there, on towards the A bomb side, if he actually just takes the detour over towards car, just peek into CT spawn and see what's up. But in any case, he makes the best out of what was an eco for Team Kingwin, or a Tech 9 buy. Just gets the bomb plant, so that means they're going to have AKs as well. So definitely a good run for Kingwin in that sense.
It's going to be Fox who, sliding through the smoke, almost gets caught and taken down. He gets away with full HP, but very narrowly escaped. It's going to be Dennis instead that drops to Bondic. The M4 does the work. Michaelele, trying to be the high school bully, camps out at the lockers and waits for the nerds to show themselves on the opposing side, but no one has. So the op won't amount to much. As Bondic again, CT side looking alright for flip side. This one elusive round right now from Kingwin. And Simple has the angle and the advantage on Michaelele, so it's down 2 men already and very little. In fact, only 2 HP lost on Markelov. Everyone else still full HP, and Simple getting aggressive, knows there's one more player over to the left, wins that shot as well. And now he has a chance as Scream comes around the corner, does at least collect on Blade. Scream looking for more, gets Simple. A chance here for Scream to make this happen. But World Edit rotating over, Bondic getting that initial shot, leaves just Scream 1-on-3. We saw him pull one of these off on Dust 2 the other day. Double flash in, tries to use that to his advantage, can't even get the first player in Bondic at the fence, and it's going to be 15-11.
Right now, Kingwin kind of running into a wall here. Flips are doing a good job though, kind of recuperating, getting a couple of rounds on the board. They're not really in the greatest situation money-wise, but at this point it doesn't really matter for them because obviously if they lose a round, they're kind of down and out. So that's not a big worry for them. But Kingwin still don't have money. They don't want to press the issue. They know that they can just safely eco and wait till they get a better economy to buy up weapons. That's why we're seeing such a cheap eco right now. No armor whatsoever, just a couple of pistols.
Nice 1 deke from Rain. Finally an opening kill to work with, but again, like you say, they are on just the pistols. As Simple looking for a shot toward mid, and it's Rain again with the deagle, so now they've got 2 men advantage. This could be alright here for Kingwin if they could win this on the eco. Blade's going to respond, take down Rain, but Markelov's going to be on a lot of pressure as they are rushing quickly toward the B site. He finds the first on Dennis. Flash comes out, blinding him. Also blinding Scream. The second flash coming through Heaven is actually going to blind up everyone inside the site, but they still make this work and scream with another shot on Blade. It's all left to Bondic, and poor old Bondic in a 1-on-3 has to come in with the M4, has low HP on 2, but already giving away his position as he tries to aim through the edge of the box. Hasn't found the shot he's looking for. Fire to come out, forces him in, and as he walks in, one from Generator, he can't do it. He gets the first, not the second. And on an eco, it's going to be 16-11. Team Kingwin take game 1. But you know what the beauty is here, Vendetta?
There's one more.
There's one more. It's not a best of one. Goddamn best of ones.
It's actually, yeah, no, best of ones. I'm waiting for the day where there's no more best of ones, actually. It's gonna be the dream.
I mean, if you're in like a 16 or 32 team tournament, sure, best of ones are fine. When you get the top teams that are traveling around the world, it's not sufficient. So, either way, that'll be 1-0 Team Kingwin. We'll take a short break before we come back for map number 2. And of course, that will be on Mirage. Flipside's map choice. We'll see if they can respond. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The saga begins. Begin war. begins. Begin war.
All right, guys, welcome back. Welcome to it. We'll jump right in. It is Mirage. It is Flipside's map choice. It is 1-0 Team Kinguin, and I am with Vendetta.
What's up?
Nothing, bro. You?
Just chill, man.
You have
Not
no
doing
idea
much.
how much cough medicine I put in my body between games.
Like codeine, right? Just like the rappers.
Yeah, basically.
Purple drink. All that good jazz.
I got all the purple drank.
Nice.
So Flipside, they've only played one match so far in the league. They sit with 3 points because they did win that particular matchup. So for them to get a tie here would move them on to 4 points, would almost put them out of reach of teams like Gamers 2 Team Dignitas and potentially save them a spot. But right now, Kinguin are the ones in the driver's seat. Excuse me, as you can see, like cough medicine causing issues with me already. But it's going to be, it's going to be basically Kinguins to win here, and this would actually almost put them out of the group stage and into playoffs already.
Yeah, pretty much, actually. So Kinguin, obviously, but I mean, it's still, even if Flipside would go on to lose this and, not get a single point from this game, they would still have plenty of chances to actually rectify that at a later stage, because they have played the fewest games out of any team really in the group stages. But it's gonna be hard, man. And like, they had a really poor showing on Mirage last time we saw them versus Navi, so I'm not really sure what to expect. Sure, we know that their T side is extremely strong at times, but their CT side looked really woeful. Actually, kind of luckily for them, they're actually gonna have the opportunity to start out on the T side this time around. So maybe they get off to a better start than what we saw versus Navi.
I mean, this would be a big thing for them. Flipside is a team that, like, it's inconsistency, and that seems to be the case with a lot of teams lately. Obviously, we saw Cloud9 today take down Envious at ESL. I think that's a case of one team being on the rise, another team being on the decline, and they met somewhere in the middle. But in a lot of cases, like Titan, I'll say less so Na'Vi. I think they've found at least some consistency lately. But, you know, Titan, Kingwin, we haven't seen enough from yet to really make an opinion. Flipside for sure, Dignitas for sure. Inconsistency is like a major problem. Those tier 2 teams that are like chomping at the bit trying to make it into tier 1 have.
Absolutely. And you know, really what kind of solidifies a team as a top tier team is consistency. It's really what it all comes down to. Because if you can have a consistently okay level, then you should be alright versus teams who are, you know, on paper worse than you. That's just how it is. Right now, Kingwin doing, well, very aggressive setup in mid here. They've gotten pretty much full control over mid, while Flipside are just hanging back, very spread out all over the map. And I'm kind of curious whether or not this is going to be an A fake with Simple and Bondic trying to get a rotation over towards that A bomb site, so Markolov and Blade and Wardletta can actually safely get onto that B bomb site.
And Rain is all the way back in the ninja spot.
And this is actually, yeah, this is going to end up with as an A split here.
Yeah, which looked to be the intentions from the very beginning, because they always had had Simple over on this side of the map. And it looked like they just wanted to get underpass so they could get the pistols close enough to connect her that they wouldn't have to fight their way toward it and have decent HP when they still arrived on top of the site. And Simple's lurking in now. The split's coming on from the Palace as well, but World Edit, he gets caught by Fox. And it's Bondic who tries to respond next. Instead, it's Rain who takes down Blade, and Blade was the bomb carrier. Dennis taking down the next. They try and go for the knife to salvage something, but nothing is there to be salvaged whatsoever. 5 players alive for Kingwin. And Flipside, my friends, that is not how you start your T-side.
Not the way at all. And with Fox actually, you know, picking up that first kill onto World Edit on Catwalk, that leaves so much space open. It makes it so much tougher for Flipside to actually get a bomb plant down. Rain staying alive as well, not getting picked off instantly by the 2 guys coming out from the T-spawn area, you know, A-pit and A-halls. Just makes it really tough for Flipside. But I mean, it's a nice idea, and it was okay, you know, fairly enough well executed, but Fox staying alive with World Edit right there was kind of the big thing.
Markolov with only 6 HP. Looking for a way to try and make this round salvageable. If they could get a bomb down, that would be something to start with. And Blade, he's looking for the entrance. It's going to be Scream, though, jumping with the Mag 7. Stylish as ever. And there is very low HP, in fact, on Markolov, so he could hit this shot potentially and triple up here. But instead, Markolov, he's going to bail out. Mag 6 is bugging out and going home. And he's still got the Tech 9. We'll see if he wants that into the next round. Not even going to happen. Mike Alele again on the case. Detective Mike Alele leads the way with 4 kills so far.
Yeah, no, pretty easy anti-eco for Kingwin. Following round is this is probably going to be more of the same for them. And they're going to have an opportunity to build up some money. That's a good start for Kingwin once again. And they started off great on cash. Flipside eventually brought it back. But we've seen, you know, if Flipside can't get their T side going on Mirage, then they're in real trouble.
And a good start again here from Kingwin. And a quick end as well, just like that. The round already over. Fox going to take down Bondic, and now guns will come out for World Edit and his team to see if they can possibly do anything from Flipside's T side. Normally their strong point on this map.
No ops, though.
And if my pronunciation sounds skewed, by the way, I have a cough drop in my mouth right now so that I don't die during this game. So don't hold me accountable for my own actions. I'm on drugs. But it's going to be flashed through. Rain gets in and actually finds Simple waiting in the corner. I enjoy it.
And I mean, Kingwin can just say, you know, they're perfectly happy with that. They can just fall back and, well, on the other side of the map, you have another duo going around, and that's Fox and Scream fighting 1 kill as well. Actually, the only guy on Kingwin who didn't have a buddy with him going out, on a new Mirage adventure was the one to go down, and that's Michael in mid. So Blade has gotten quite a far way up into connector, but still, this is a pretty decent ult from Dennis and Rain here. It's going to be tough for Flipside to actually get out.
And now Rain's going to fall back down CT stairs. There's still a bit of an entry chance here for Bondic if he could find one kill on the A site. Bomb is at the top of connector. There's still a player under Shadow, though, and that's Dennis, and they need to find him if they want to make this cross work successfully. Rain's very low on HP. He's going to work his way back through CT onto the stairwell. And Bondic's actually found him, so there's the one entry I was talking about. But again, it's still Dennis that's in the point of contention. He gives himself up with not getting the first kill. He does eventually get Bondic, but excuse me, Blade turns right back on him immediately. And Flipside have a chance to win out this round here. It's come down to a 2-on-2. It's come down to a 2-on-1. As World Edit will take down Fox. It leaves just Scream remaining, and Scream has the accuracy. He's already found the first on Blade, and World Edit, interestingly, taking this fight when he doesn't need to. He can fall back and take the safety, and that's eventually what he's choosing to do. But Scream, I'm sure he spotted him going to the left, and Scream's going to win the battle. I have no idea why World Edit sticks around that long. And no kit, no problem.
Slightly questionable right there, and he definitely could have played the time, the bomb plant position. He could have done a lot of things very differently that probably would have played out way better for him in that situation, because Scream is, especially, you know, obviously that's hard to spot for World Edit from that distance, but Scream didn't have a kit. So very much you can, you know, force the remaining CT to do in a situation like that if you're World Edit, and he just kind of went for the straight up fight, which is not something you'd normally do versus Scream.
And Simple this time going to go back onto the ledge to look for an execution toward A.
And yet again, Flip started buying it up without having an up on either World Edit or Simple. Obviously, this is a result of them having done, you know, quite a bit of damage towards Kingwin, so they feel like they can break their economy. That's not the case, though. Kingwin should be able to force up even if they lose this round. But now, Flipside willing to take that risk. And I think if they lose this one, you know, we're starting to look at the T side of Flipside being, you know, not that very impactful regardless of how it ends up, because they've usually been a team that could get, you know, up towards double figures on the T side. That's been their strong point.
Fox winning the duel between him and World Edit again this time, so it's going to actually be a two-man advantage as Rain will find Bondic. And Flipside, 0 rounds. Losing that first gun was crucial, and it easily could have been picked up. I shouldn't say easily, but it could have been battled in a lot better disciplinary fashion from World Edit, and Dennis now finding Markelov. It's all left to Blade. Things not looking great right now from Flipside as Fox will close out the round. All 5 stay alive for Kingwin. The bank is building.
The bank is building indeed, and okay, Simple opting to go for Scout. Well, I'm assuming he's not going to go for the op in the previous and the following round, but otherwise, you know, that buy doesn't really make that much sense. But yeah, a bit of a mixed buy coming in from Flipside. A couple of pistols, armor actually as well, with that Scout, but don't think they're going to get too much done here.
Shots coming out, though, still from Markelov as he uses the P250 to his advantage. And it's going to be Rain all the way back toward jungle with the M4, who might be the next to come under fire here. And in fact, he takes the fight to Bondic before he even gets spotted up. And now he can shift back and focus on Markelov, who's low HP at the bottom of the underpass, but not before Blade actually tried to sneak in behind him. He still can't make anything of it. And Rain having a great round. He's going to get the hat trick as he comes back down, and Markelov nowhere to retreat, trying to get to that M4. Potentially save it, but now it's going to be guns again. 6-0 Kingwin.
Yeah, and this is dangerous territory. Finally, they get an op out on World Edit, so that's something that's going Flipside's way, but they need to start picking up rounds right about now. I mean, sure, we don't know how effective Kingwin's T side is going to be compared to their CT side on a map like Mirage versus Flipside, but we know that Flipside's CT side is not that strong, so that's a worrying point if you're the Ukrainians right now.
And Rain looking to get aggressive this time toward A main as he looks down the ramp. We might have Blade walk into his crosshair. The fire might prevent that, but he actually catches Simple on the drop. Immediately tears his head off. Blade does get the trade, but Markelov, meanwhile, has gone down to Michaelele. Battle of the M's. It's It's Dennis now that gets underneath the shadow, looking through the gap at the top of the plywood, just above the crosshair to the right. You can actually spot players jumping on top of Tetris from there. So if anyone comes in from A in that fashion, I should say, he'll be able to spot that up immediately and call to his teammates. Not only that, get the early jump on the shot, but Bondic and his company are all heading over toward B. That means Fox has to come back over toward the bench, and World Edit's already staring there, but just underneath of his crosshair. The player did slip by, as Fox has to try and come back around. Does drop bomb, does drop more, looking for an extra. It's not going to be there, so the hat trick doesn't exist, but taking down 2 and dropping the bomb, he's done more than enough to allow Michael to get in position, and Bondic's gone.
Impressive stuff from Kingwin right now, and well, their push seems to have no end right now. Flips do have the economy to actually buy up with their case. Again, no op. And I don't see how this is going to get easier for Flipside at any point. They haven't really been that close in most of their buy rounds. Feels like Kingwin have had pretty good control over whatever Flipside try to throw at them.
Is Fox looking for more? And not going to find anything, as he actually looked like he got the initial shot towards World Edit, but the AK wins there, no surprise. And now it's going to be Scream, who's on the catwalk. Not sure that he's aware 2 players have gotten out from the underpass down below him, as Bonix inside Palace. Dennis, meanwhile, has found Markelov, and World Edit spamming through the wooden window. He's going to take down Dennis. This gives Flipside a bit of a chance to split onto the A site. There's only 1 player left inside on Kingwin's defensive end, but it's going to be Rain, and Rain's more than enough as he takes down Blade. They turn back to take out the 2 rotation players. That means Rain's all that is left now. 3 on 1. And A site looks to be under complete siege right now. Not before Rain gets another on Bondic. And if he can pull this off, it would be absolutely remarkable. He's got 2 kills. It'll be 4 that he needs to make this happen. Flashing himself through the smoke, not even going to come close. Simple's there, and Simple tears his head off. Finally, Flipside have something to work with.
Finally, but that was actually Kingwin giving up so many opening frags there in that round. I mean, sure, Fox going for that early pick onto mid, that's completely fine, but the truth that followed, not really worthwhile in any sort of situation. I think they would have been better off just playing it safely from that point on, but it gives Flipside a round, and now Flipside have to worry about not dropping instantly.
Scream aggressive mid, using that smoke to their advantage to try and push up so the corner's covered. And they get the drop on Blade. We'll let it gone as well. Leaves Bondic inside Palace. And we've seen him get a few entries successfully from that position, specifically the round on round 4 when they got Rain. That was when we got down to that 2-on-2, and it eventually was World Edit who, unfortunately, didn't play the bomb correctly and allowed Scream to clutch it, but he's made it work when they've been down men before already in this matchup. Meanwhile, Fox, 3 HP, all the way back toward the bench, has to cover off from the apartments right now. And the bomb's slowly coming back to the horseshoe. We'll see if it's going to jump inside. In fact, it is. It's going to climb the ladder and head in toward the B apartments. So this will eventually be a B hit. With 3 players up, all on 100 HP. Fox, the only one. Actually, I take that back. Full rotations have come around. Scream is there, and the player on catwalk's coming back as well. Scream's in decent angle here, and Fox isn't going to peek. They take down Scream, so Fox just has to wait correctly. Lines up 1, lines up 2, and Michael gets the second, or rather the third. It's Fox, 3 HP. Well done.
Very cool done by Fox. And obviously Scream having that rotation in before that happens leaves Flipside in a situation where they think, well, Fox is surely gone. There's no way there's going to be 1 more guy at that site when they have already spotted the 1 guy on short. So nicely done by Kingwin, getting the early rotation in and actually messing up and messing with Flipside's head. Flipside now just back to an eco, so they do swap around, or you do trade away that round instantly right after they pick up 1, lose 1 back, and now they're completely money screwed. And actually, it might actually be 2 ecos in a row here because Blade's down to 1400.
Dennis again pushing up toward middle. He's putting some shots into Simple, and Simple simply goes down. 9-1 is absolutely remarkable in the fact that Flipside again, they've one of the only teams I can think of off the top of my head that's come back twice, in fact, from 12-3 CT side to win the map. So their T side on this is usually pretty spot on. This is definitely discouraging for them, and Blade, He's been renowned for his leadership. He's going to have to come up with something special here. As look at the push into Palace right now, and Blade's caught out, speaking of him with his knife. Not expecting that at all. Markelov's able to at least pick up Rain, surprisingly, considering there's 2 other players there, but Fox overwhelms him in the end, and now it's just left to Bondic. World Edit, simple. 3-on-4. Low HP for Fox, so a bit of a chance here. As Michael, he's going to push out toward Catwalk and look up toward Connector. Falls back, watches Cubby instead.
Talk about anti-timing, though. As you mentioned, you know, Blade has to come up with something else. They finally set up for something that's going to be different from what they've been doing the last couple of rounds, but that's the first time Kingwin actually pushes heavily, you know, with the aggression into A-Halls. They just completely counter whatever Flipside wanted to try to do.
And Dennis will get simple. And look at Fox pushing again late, finding Bondic, finding Bomb, he realizes, and turns back around to cover it. It's only World Edit that's left. And all the world's a stage. Let's see if he can edit and alter 4 players away from it. So far, it does the deed with 17 HP against Michael Alay. And Scream. I'm afraid the bullet penetration won't be enough through that wall. But does still know exactly where he is. And again, Bomb is dropped down, so 19 seconds left. It looks like World Edit. He's going to use that entrance he got toward B to hold on to this op and potentially save the weapon, but there is a bit of a chase coming in right now from Scream, who's gone all the way back through the apartments. In 8 seconds, he might be able to just get close enough as this round expires if he runs from right where he is, but it's going to be tight.
Counter-terrorists win.
To his left, Scream, looking for it. He hears him, doesn't get there, and World Edit ducks down to make sure his head's not exposed, so he'll keep the op up for his team. But I'm not sure that op alone will be enough. They can force out some PT-50s around it. They've done that already, but we'll see if it works or not.
I mean, at this point, it kind of has to work. You're looking at, you know, this should be a fairly easy 11th round for Kingwin, and, well, given your CT side, if you're flip side, what do you do at this point? One thing they really haven't tried, and I guess that might have been what they wanted to set up in the previous round, is World Edit actually gets to pick onto Fox there. That's very impressive. It is, you know, one of those tried and true. Oh, what?
Not even remotely sure how that happened. As World Edit fires into Markelov coming up. Yeah, they're already laughing about it. And World Edit now goes down, so that's taking the piss out of your own team if I've ever seen it. Blade, the last one left, 1-on-4. He's going to get dropped, and there's, you know, it goes from bad to worse in that moment alone.
It's like, guys, I got the entry frag, and they're like, huh, you know, screw it, I'm going to equalize everything. Just even, you know, even that, I'm just gonna remove that kill bonus I got. No, nothing's going right for Flipside right now. It's just kind of like watching Titan the last couple of days. Like, nothing's working for them. But the one thing they actually haven't tried in God knows how long is just like one of those tried and true A takes. And I would really like to see them go for something like that. We've seen, you know, A splits, and well, just trying to grab mid control and then, you know, 1B push here and there, but we haven't really seen the tried and true A setup. So that might be something that they want to try for.
Fox pushes through and actually does find Markelov, but Blade, he's there, he'll respond, and as does Bondic now coming out from Palace, so they've given themselves a real chance here as Scream finds himself in a 1-on-3. And there's no way they'll get more than 4 rounds at best on this T-half, which is incredible to think about, but we'll see if they can get that far even. Scream might not allow them. He finds World Edit. No surprise, it's a headshot, but Bondic's there, and he gets back into him. It's 11-2.
11-2. It's hard to be excited, though, about the situation that Flipside find themselves in right now. And, well, if they lose this, they're going to have the worst force buy in the history of CS. So, yeah, no, they need to win out the last 2 rounds if they want to have any shot at this at all.
Pop flash to go through the window. Blade, though, finding Fox. They've got Bondic also pushed up aggressively toward the Cubby, and Rain and Michael Alay, though, they use a crossfire setup to take away both players on Catwalk, and now it's going to be Scream that drops down Blade. As Rain looks to fall back towards CT just in case someone is lurking in toward A. In fact, that is going to be the case, although it's not in toward A. It's Bondic that's head toward the vent. Climb through the window room. He might get shot in the back, though, and be exposed here. And he is actually aware that he was spotted up, but when he goes back to take the fight, Rain's already firing back into him, and it's 12-2. Last round of the first half. Best Flipside can do is 3. And again, I mentioned it, 3 for them. Not uncommon on this map, but only on the CT side, not the T side.
This is the side where they're supposed to make their mark on the game, and right now it's not really working out at all. And, well, last round of the first half, they've got PT-50, Tech-9s, armor, and, well, quite a few nades, actually. And this time they're actually looking to be setting up for a proper A push here. And this is kind of what I wanted them to do initially with weapons. Actually, no, they're just gonna forgo the smokes as well and run into a certain death here.
Dennis nading in. Second nade to come in as well. 17 HP left for World Edit. 17 HP is enough for him to take down 2. Fox walks out, and the Tech-9 is actually going to get the better of the second player as well. The first headshot, explainable. The second, inexcusable, but it's still a 2-man versus 3 in favor of Team Kingwin. We'll see if they can close this out. Michael with the op. Scream, M4, Rain, the same weaponry. And again, it's just Tech-9's up right now on the T side. And it's going to be Michael to find Simple. World Edit again, that 17 HP. He's already picked up 2 with only that much left already. But Rain, it only takes 1 bullet. And it's 13-2. Team Kingwin definitely in control of this map.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. And even if Flipside does pick up the pistol, Kingwin only need 3 rounds. So they need to be remarkably poor on that T side to not close this out.
Well, light a candle for your skins, Flipside betters, because this would take a world of promise and opportunity. A horizon of flowers, rainbows, and butterflies. A utopia of Counter-Strike for them to even have a chance at coming back in this. You're speechless, I can tell.
No, yeah, no, this
You were
is...
envisioning it in your head.
For me, this is over. This is just, I don't know. So, you know, it's the band at the Titanic just playing their way out as they sink with their ship.
Oh, good reference. And now it's going to be World Edit looking to try and do something. Some damage back toward Dennis. Does so. Markelov, nice one-tap, takes down Fox with the USP. And Rain, who swapped over to a USP from one of the decomposing bodies left on the floor, is going to take advantage of that and take down World Edit. This puts Markelov in a 1-on-2. And Scream and Rain, they're both playing the same angle. So they've got a chance here to bait one, take the trade on the other, and Rain, thank you very much for the USP. He takes down Markelov. It's 14-2, and that's pretty much the icing on the cake. I don't know, I kind of want to eat that cake.
Yum, yum. Had your cake and needed to. That's pretty much what Kingwin are right now.
I'm kind of hungry, I'm not going to lie.
Dude, I'm hungry myself. I did not have the time to eat before the game started. I'm just eyeing juicy food over in the fridge.
Juicy fruit?
No, juicy food.
It's gonna move, yeah. Scream's gonna take down Simple. Michael Bondic immediately after, so Kingwin again in full control. Have the guns to work with. They'll find Blade with the AK. And no one dropping right now on their side as Markelov and World Edit, the last 2 that might have a chance of making that happen. In fact, nice dink out, and Rain's left on 1 HP. World Edit does get Michael, so they do at least get 1 off. Thank you very much for the deagle kill. Thank you very much for dropping the weapon. Scream's looking for more. He'll find it. World Edit's gone.
Yeah, so 13 rounds of match point, or 12, yeah. 13 rounds of match point, really, for Kingwin. And
4-16 for Simple, by the way.
4-16, yeah. No, so he's
4-17 Markelov. Like, there's only 1 player in the double digits on Flipside's team.
Yeah, and it's World Edit, and he was kind of the one who kept them in the game at the beginning of it, you know, on cash as well. Didn't quite hold out until the end, but Simple on cash as well didn't really do all that much. He's just having a poor day, a rough go of it.
Trying to play whack-a-mole as Bondic comes up, and the mole's not whacked. In fact, the mole bites back. He takes down Dennis. 5-7 gets the kill, and Michael coming into the site at least picks up 2 now in return. Brings it back to a 3-on-3, but Kingwin's very low on HP. There's a very good chance that Flipside could, in fact, take this round as Markelov, speaking of low fragging players, picks up 1 more to his name. And Michael using the gap at the top of the boxes to perfection as he takes down World Edit and Markelov. What a shot from him! And it's going to be Bondic that's left. As the bomb does go down, Bondic walks out, low HP for both. Bondic gets both, and he's going to get this defused. We're going at least 1 more.
This is actually so It's kind of sad to see that kind of a run from like a little not being capped off with a win. I was really, really sick. Oh yeah, flip side hanging on to it by this, you know, skin of their teeth. Not really that much to work with, but they're going to be able to buy up. They're going to have a better buy than Kingwood at least. I guess that's the way they have to look at it. But I'm kind of saddened that Michaelella couldn't cap off that round.
I really enjoyed that shot through the boxes.
Yeah, no, that's an angle you don't see people use often enough, really. And you can tell that the flipside members are not expecting it whatsoever.
So Rain does work his way up middle, does good damage onto Simple in doing so. This gives a bit of map control to work with now from Team Kingwin's side. And speaking of sides, it's the flip that has to turn things back, and Simple does so successfully with a shot onto Rain, forcing Fox out of connector. This might actually make them consider working back toward B. As right now, though, it's all flip side. World Edit picking up 2, Bondic with 1. It's down to just Mr. Michaelele. Detective on the case. I used to have that Tech 9, but you know what? I realized it was ugly and got rid of it. And maybe Michaelele should do the same, but maybe it'll work for him. We'll see. 1 on 3. As he goes back down towards CT, just trying to bait up some noises, and it's not going to work. Get rid of it, man. It sucks. Bondic, he gets the kill.
Dude, I think Twitch is going to take severe offense to the fact that you call the Sandstorm a shitty skin.
Darude.
Exactly. I mean, the only thing, I'm just expecting it to be like a hidden version of that skin, you know, kind of like instead of stat track, you get it with like
a speaker, and it just
box.
plays the song.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Like when you shoot, you start playing. It'd be amazing.
Well, it is still match point. No surprise there. That doesn't change. You don't get subtracted rounds for each you lose, although it could be like a never-ending story if that ever happened. Someone needs to make that mod and just see if we can play the longest game of all time.
I mean, yeah, well, I guess that would, you know, definitely actually extend the best of ones issue, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
there you go. ESL's got a format that can work for them.
Nightmare for every tournament ever.
Now it's Rain to come through. He'll take down World Edit. Scream has already found another, and they won the last map on an eco round on the CT side. They might do it again here. And in fact, I think we've already got some people leaving the server because they thought it was over, and there they go. Bondic drops last. It's 16-14, an improvement over their cash victory, but a victory nonetheless. It's 2-0, and Kingwin moving up in the standings.
Yeah, no, Kingwin kind of securing their spot really already. I think they're pretty much good to go, right? In terms of actually just making it through the playoff stages now. With,
dude, don't ask me these questions. Math's hard.
I'm actually pretty sure they do. I'm actually quite convinced they are. You know, at worst case, we're talking about a lower bracket spot, but still.
Well, our next matchup isn't that far away at all, just to take a peek at those groups. So as you were saying, they do have 7 points. It would be impossible for them to be caught by either Dignitas or Gamers 2. So Kingwin are out no matter what. You are right.
They're in no matter what.
They're in no matter what. Sorry, that's what I meant. Out of groups into playoffs. I should make that more clear. Good call by you. They are into the playoffs. Regardless, Flipside are now the only team that could still be caught, and they've got 3 more games to play, and all they would have to secure in those 3 games is 2 points. So even just winning one of those, and Dignitas and Gamers 2 would bow out of the tournament just like that. Meanwhile, on the other side, our next game that comes up, speaking of games that matter, it's Titan versus mousesports. Spores, mouse spaz, mouse clicking, rat. They actually play Titan, and it's their last game each. It's the last game of that entire bracket, that entire Group B section. Whoever wins that moves on. Whoever loses is out, along with Hellraisers or Penta. I have to look at the head-to-head and how that works. I'll let you guys know when we go live for that game who it would actually be. But if they tie, if neither team gets the victory, they are both out. So big game coming up to determine who makes it through to the playoffs. We'll take a short break. Again, that game's in about 20 minutes time, and we'll be back then. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Yes, you're very quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy, look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand, you You've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel. Only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Yes, you've had it quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy, look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand, you've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel, only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are stronger.
crazy. Yeah, I'm going crazy, crazy, crazy. Coming on the baseline, yeah, I'm going crazy. Yeah, I'm going crazy. Yeah, I'm going crazy. Yeah, I'm going crazy, 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 crazy.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Brain is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we read papers, green collars bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, combine, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are masters. Just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. The line with the power with Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
begins. Begin war.
All right, guys, welcome back. It's going to be game 2 of the day, and this one means a lot. It is the last game of Group B. Winner of this guaranteed to move forward into the playoffs. Loser is done, and a tie would mean they both are out. Vendetta, a lot on the line.
A lot indeed, and it's going to be funny to watch. Depending on who wins the first map, if the other team is just simply going to go for the win, because if they lose the first map, they're out, right? That's pretty much the situation for both teams, because with the draw, nobody goes through. So if they're just going to be, do what they can to beat them out of spite, just to keep the other team out of the playoffs as well.
I was sneezing. I'm sorry.
So good.
I'm still dying. Nothing has changed since the last game. No, but I totally agree. If you win the first map, it pretty much indicates to us who has a chance and who does not. It's as simple as that. So it's a best of 1.5, we can almost call it, because the second map has a lot less on the line. It only has one team that it matters for at that point in time, which could mean we see some cool strategies. Who knows? Maybe we'll see some Negevs pulled out by the losing team in the first map just because they'll have some fun with it. But again, winner moves forward, losers out. Group A, still a lot to play for, but it would also mean that Hellraisers, Penta, they're on the line, and their seasons as well would also be in jeopardy. So many ties in this group. Look at this, 3-3, 3 ties each for Envy and TSM. Penta, they have 2, Hellraisers have 2, 3 for Mouse, 3 for Titan. I mean, no one's really lost that many games in this group. That's the weird thing. And oddly enough, the teams that have lost the most are Penta and Hellraisers, but because they each have a win, they're in position to move forward.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Like coming over, getting a win in this league with the best of 2 format, just so much more worth than what it normally would be. So getting that one win can really just do miracles for you, and I think that's kind of what has happened to Penta and those guys. So yeah, it's pretty much the situation. Well, why we find ourselves in the situation where both of these teams actually need to win instead of just draw everything they play.
Do you want to? They still haven't updated these leagues. I want my money. I want my money, Vulcan. I won 2 of them. I'm so good. All right, let's pick one for tomorrow, though, because obviously...
there's no tomorrow.
Well, not for tomorrow for this, but let's pick one for the ESL group.
Oh, okay.
Let's do that. Yeah. Fantasy. They changed the site, the top of the site today, too, and now I'm all confused. Here we go. We'll do this really quickly. Now, it's still going to have both teams in. Like, Envy's still going to show up as playing, even though we now know they're out. And who do we assume is going to win? Keyd Stars. Right now, they're pretty dead even. Keyd Stars or who are they playing? Fnatic. Why couldn't I remember that? We assume Fnatic's going to take that series?
I assume so, yeah.
All right, let's find a free one just because we're just going to put this in as a demonstration. We'll enter the contest, and actually, these guys don't have them listed, so this doesn't have the schedule updated. I imagine this will change, and it'll probably send me an email saying straight up that, basically whoever I picked isn't actually playing. We know VP's in. We don't know Keyd Stars. We don't know Fnatic. We know Envy is out. We won't pick anyone from them. We know CLG and Cloud9 are in. So knowing Cloud9 is playing against CLG, I favor Cloud9 in that matchup. I'm going to take Skadoodle right up front. I think that's a fairly straightforward pick. And based on today, although Freakazoid was awesome today, that's sort of a one-off thing. I think Nothing was another player that was pretty solid, and Shroud's a little bit too expensive for my liking.
All right. You do what you do.
What do you want to do on VP, bro? Remember, they're going to be playing either Fnatic or Keyd Stars.
No, yeah, they're playing Fnatic or Keyd Stars. That's the thing, right? It's not going to be a fun matchup. We're assuming that Fnatic are winning, right, versus Keyd Stars. So VP are playing Fnatic. That's not a fun matchup.
Yes.
Like, I mean, if you're a VP, it's not fun to play Fnatic.
So who would you rather here? Should we pick from Fnatic first, assuming they're going to beat Keyd?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, Krim's done.
Olaf. Dude, how can you not pick Olaf?
All right, let's go Olaf. He's super expensive, but I'll take him.
Dude, like, he could be like $7,000. You should still pick him.
I don't know if that'd be possible if he costs that much. Envy's out. Let's not touch. Let's take CLG. They are playing against Cloud9. We already made mention of it. Tarek is the most expensive player in the entire league right now. That is nuts.
The what?
And although I would say, yeah, Tarek's worth it, he's not worth 1708.
I would go for Cutler or Haste, man.
Let's go Haste. No, let's go Cutler. I agree. Let's go Cutler. Haste is calling. He's going to be a little bit busy and preoccupied. We'll go Cutler. Let's go back over to Fnatic. We've got 2. We want someone from VP. We've got 3 spots left. Who do we take?
Snacks or Neo? How much money do you have left?
Neo was nuts, and he's super cheap. He was nuts yesterday. That's done deal. Snacks. Ooh, this is a tough one.
Do
Yeah,
we want more
let's
people
take.
from Fnatic? I mean,
What series do
Okay.
we think is going to go 3 games? CLG or Cloud9 could go 3, or VP Fnatic could go
well,
3.
I think both could go 3 actually.
This is a tough one
But
because I could invest
the
into
finals is
Ola
not being
or
played,
Bialy.
right? The finals is not being played tomorrow.
That's
so,
Sunday, but this is for the
Yeah.
semis. So there's 4 teams
Yeah, yeah.
playing, 2 best of 3s. Let's go back to Cloud9 and pick up a third from them because we assume they're going to win that series. Decent value. We'll take Freak. Why not? He's cheap. That leaves us a wide open 1581 to pick up Flusha.
Yeah. Or wait, how much does JW cost?
JW's cheap. He's real cheap.
Is he?
Yeah, but we can afford Flusha. We can afford both.
Dude, we can afford both? I don't know, man. Hard to turn down, but
I'm just going to go... We can come back and change this if Fnatic go out anyway, because then we'd have to pick people from Keystars. And that would change how we pick VP players. So let's assume that this is how it's going to be and that Fnatic's going to make the finals against Cloud9. Remarkable that we're saying that. Stupid best of ones. Either way, pretty cool that there was upsets. There's 2 sides to that story, that's for sure. But who's our shot caller going to be? I think that if we want to go for headshot percentage in this, there's really no one that stands out to me, but Skadoodle's pretty... I don't know, he's been slow today, but he's usually pretty consistent.
Yeah, and it's going to go up against people he know pretty well with any opposition tomorrow.
Yeah,
right?
I'm going to say Skadoodle. I think that's a good call.
Go with this guy.
All right, well, that's our team. If you want to play, click below the Twitch video screen that you're looking at right now or listening to us from, and click on the banner for Vulcan.com or use the promo code CounterPit. They'll match your first deposit up to $1,000. And I know it says I only have 42 left, but just to give you an idea of how quick it is to make money, yesterday I placed, to get into this $425 winning, which what? It updated and I didn't win it anymore. What? This just updated right now. This is crazy. I literally showed you this 2 minutes ago and it said I won, and now it says it RIP. RIP!
Correct.
This is why they were so slow updating it. Who did this guy have that beat me? Doja. Everyone that beat me had Doja. All right, well, I ended up losing those. GG. Thought I had a chance there. Turns out I don't.
No Bugattis.
But I was going to say that basically $425, I played $1 to get into this. So that's how quickly you can make money. And I am disappointed and appalled that I'm suddenly not in the victorious position anymore. That's offensive to me. Literally showed you that 2 minutes ago. Anyway, here we are. It's going to be Mouse versus Titan, and the first map is Cash. It's going to be picked up by mousesports, and then it's Cobble as soon as we're ready to go with that on from Titan. Interestingly enough, picked that up.
Yeah. And I'm just assuming that we're live, actually.
Such could be the case, apparently, based on the buy that we currently have, and they are in position, so I'm guessing that I might have potentially missed out on the first round, as I didn't get a prompt when I had my screen up. Either way, if we are live, it's a heavy mid presence, and I would say we are 100%.
Yeah.
So
obviously, Titan have won their knife, quick CT, lost pistol. That's pretty much what's happened so far. But apparently it's been next to, out of 4K and that pistol to save mousesports.
Well, either way, we'll see what Titan can do. They do have HP lost on Apex already. Now, keep in mind, Kenny S is typically the player that plays mid for them on Cash. But when he gets frustrated, for example, when he's playing Alu, who, oh wow, nade stack, rip Apex, and Chris J, nice jump shot, takes down RPK with the headshot. But whenever Kenny starts to struggle in that position, he'll slide up toward A with the op, take the op up to quad, and Apex is one of the only players I know in the entire game that can hold mid with a solo rifle. He's extremely efficient in that position should he be given the passive opportunity. And what he'll do is he'll actually, if he gets smoked out, play forward of the smoke, rotate up highway, and go back towards CT spawn and into the Z connector. So watch for that. It's pretty cool if it actually starts to unfold the way it's planned. And the Deagle from Existence is going to take down Chris J, so the scout could never line up the shot. Brings it back to 4-on-3.
Still a pretty tough situation for Titan to get that much done, though. Bomb down. I mean, they can hope that mousesports come running after them, but there's no real reason why mousesports would want to do that.
No surprise either. They're going to save these scouts right away, as they have invested heavily into round number 2. Maniac going to take down Gobby. Dennis is going to push forward. Only takes the one. Smart as well, because Kenny's boosted up in the corner, and Kenny's still going to push out, make sure he gets that kill. Needs to be aware, though, the two players are rotating back through middle and could easily find him, as Next does with the AK. So bomb will detonate. It's going to be mousesports 2-0, and the guns that Maniac rather, Titan were desperately trying to hold on to will not be saved. Mousesports with a good start.
Yeah. So even though Titan, don't manage to actually hold on to the weapons, they do bring down 3 weapons on mousesports side. So that's at least something for them to work with. But there's still going to be that extra round. Seeing how they forced up the bought up in that previous round, they're not going to be having any additional weaponry to work with now, and that's a golden opportunity for mousesports to just get a clean sweep and a solid anti-eco to build up that economy. And right now, they're doing something that you should do pretty much on every anti-eco, which is just take mid control as a big group. A bit of an actually 3-man stack for Titan towards that B bomb side as well. But with mousesports taking it this slowly, they should be able to feel out what's happening actually before they commit too hard, or actually just pick people apart one by one. And already you can see Chris J picking up rotations.
And Chris J does actually get the first kill. RPK though responding with 1, gonna make it a little bit interesting on the way through to the B site, but Gabi is there, and Gabi can't be fooled. Kenny, yes though. Kenny turns back 2 with the CZ75, and now it's Chris J. Still with his teammate alive and Speedy, but Chris J is going to do it himself. Takes him down, existence drops, and mousesports have 3. All 3 first rounds after winning the first pistol. Now it's the gun round. If they win this as well, they'll be in a perfect position to potentially take the lead heavily on the first half.
Oh yeah, no, mousesports are looking at a really good, just a really good map, from the get-go if they can actually pick up this first pistol round. And he does have his up though. And hopefully he's going to be at a better shape than what we saw him yesterday. Because he did not hit anything against Penta. And again, mousesports going back to the same pretty much setup that they did for their anti-eco, taking control mid as a big group of 4 people. Already picking up Apex.
Molly in the vent just to push anyone back in case they were trying to be cheeky. Wait out that mid control. No one's going to be there. That won't do much at all. In fact, it just indicates that they are going to be trying to push up mid. Meanwhile, Titan, they've canceled that out. It's Maniac to find the first, Kenny to find the second. Brings them back in the round as they were a man down, losing Apex early. Let's see what Gabi can do. The in-game leader for mousesports, trying to turn this team's fortunes around, having made all the roster changes they did. Unfortunately, take out Nico based on the fact that they want to go back to being German-speaking, and Maniac's going to find the in-game leader, plus the bomb inside A main, giving Kenny S the angle with the op to take down Chris J. And again, he's been quiet as of late, Mr. Kenny. So we'll see if he can pull this game back in his favor. Right now, it's Speedy, the last one that's left. So first gun round looking like it will go the way of the CT defensive side, make it 3-1. And even up to equalize the game, should I say, relatively early on, as Speedy at least gets Maniac to bring a gun back down, but time's going to expire in this round before he can do much more. 13 seconds left, and they know he's coming through squeaky door. Kenny S is already in the hallway, and Kenny S is actually going to drop down in the doorway. Speedy, good awareness.
Pretty big pickup as well. I mean, sure, Titan are going to get the hands on that op anyway, but, nice pickup for them. They actually managed to kill 3 people, which obviously impacts Titan's economy quite a bit. They're going to have to drop around, and one of them is going to feel left out. And, yeah, from the looks of it, that's going to be Apex. No, he's going to drop the weapon as well. But yeah, Famas on Maniac, he's the one who's going to have to take the fall. And, well, we're seeing double ops on Titan, which we've seen, quite a few times, actually, in the last couple of games. Existence picking up that op more and more. And I actually think this is a good thing. At least, if it doesn't work out for the team, it's at least a good thing individually for Existence, because he knows how to use it.
And Apex picks up 2 in mid as they try and rush toward the vents at RPK. Holding true for at least 1. Speedy, though, gets back a double for him with the AK. And Chris J's picked up the M4, giving themselves a bit of hope in this round. There's only 1 player left opposing them inside the B site. But of all the players you would want that not to be, Kenny would be the person I would rather be dead. So we'll see if Kenny can try and hold this off. And they're being relatively slow about this. In fact, they're going to go back, and Maniac's gone all the way to their spawn, so he may catch them out here. He does take Speedy, expecting the second to go through the direct connector. He'll fall back toward the A site, and now he's aware he's not. So Chris J, all the way back at T-spawn, likely going to slow this down. If he didn't get that kill, the round was obviously over, but he may take advantage of this by splitting up the defense. But again, it's aggressive play. Existence using one of the ops, Kenny with the other, and Existence not able to hit inside A main, has to fall back inside the site, gives the awareness to Kenny that he can come join him in this fight. And in fact, Kenny's going to go for the flank, so Existence still needs to get up close as Kenny continues to try and work in behind, and Chris J picking up one. It's going to be op versus op. Chris J and Kenny has two stylish op players at that. And Kenny, he's the one that has the advantage as he's already in position. Chris tries to jump to safety. And Kenny thinks better of this. In fact, he's just going to go ahead and shoot the dead body. Thanks, Kenny, for that display of bad mannerism, but he'll get the defuse. It's going to be 3-2.
Yeah, and a very expensive round for Titan. That definitely could have been closed down at a lot cheaper than what they did. I think they already started fumbling things up when they sacrificed both of the guys coming through vents towards that B rotation, but, you know, in the end, they do get the round, which is kind of the, well, it is the most important thing to do. But mousesports, they're fully capable of buying right now, and here's the spot where Titan could get really broken money-wise. If mousesports pick up this round, then that leads to all kinds of trouble for Titan. Cool run boost by Titan now on the A-bomb site.
Titan is famous for using that run boost on the A site. This puts Maniac up. He's very good in this position. In fact, I'd say he's the best of anyone in this position for whatever reason, because it's really not like this position is played other than to just sit there, shut up, and let them walk by you. But Maniac always seems to make it work. And yeah, Titan love to use that run boost because then they don't have to smoke it off. They won't be spotted. So always cool to see it work. Apex is aggressive as well toward mid. So he's going to watch drop, but completely leaves his back exposed. So Gobby is able to come out. Kenny avenges him, but that was all due to RPK being in vents. I'm sure Apex was expecting RPK to be in position to get that kill and leave Apex living. So a bit of a mistake play there. And yeah, Apex, just the big smiley face in chat.
Must have been some miscommunication between the RPK and Apex there. Not something you see too commonly, but I know they do manage to salvage the situation, pick it off Gobby, and pretty much right away without taking too much damage. Titan actually playing without any people on the actual B site. You have Existence and Checkers in a really good position where if they just stays passively for long enough, he's just gonna go right out.
And RPK now finding Chris J, leaves Dennis in the site, but Dennis finds one, finds two. RPK down. Kenny S has to try and pull this back, and can he do it? The nade sure can. He's going to get the first. And Kenny looking for more. And Kenny, first shot successful. Tries to come out for more. Kenny gets dropped. It's Dennis that wins the exchange there. Dennis with one N. We saw Dennis with two earlier. The return of Dennis, but now it's just Dennis. And Maniac's going to find Dennis the Menace.
Dennis, the feared player. But yeah, no, Titan keep winning these rounds, but it's not very convincing by any means. I mean, they've won... Well, the first one round they won by time with 2 players remaining, and the last couple of rounds have been with one guy left alive. So they're not having any opportunities at all to actually build up their economy and kind of secure themselves, and that's why mousesports continue to buy. They get bomb plants, they get a ton of kills, and they know that they can break Titan the second they went around here.
So Apex again going to try and push up middle, and again he'll have some opposition with his teammates pushing up and toward B main. So aggressive all over the B side right now. One lurk player, and again they go for the run boost, so lots of duplicate plays right now from Titan's side. As Existence might get caught behind the box, as Nex already takes down RPK, but Existence is going to take the better of the exchange, popping out and managing to catch Speedy, just spotting up his hip. All he needs to shoot out Gobby, meanwhile, though, will get Existence back. This forces Apex back outside of the vents as he rotates from middle. They pulled Kenny back over toward mid. Maniac finding Chris helps a lot. Maniac finding Dennis. Again, he's so good in that position. Just sits tight and bides his time. It's like playing Pit on Inferno. You never rotate away until you have to. So he just sits up there, manages to collect the kills, and Gobby the last that's left. And based on the fact that they had the lurk, had Maniac not picked up those kills, they very easily could have brought the bomb back over to A. Instead, it gives them the time to put Kenny in position to close out on the round, and it's going to be 4 unanswered from Titan to take the lead.
Yeah, and this time they actually survived with a couple of members as well. So that's a good sign for Titan, and it's kind of remarkable because everybody knows that's a place where, you know, a spot where Maniac plays, and you know he plays it every time Titan plays Cash. Pretty much every single game is up there, you know, one or more times. But mousesports deciding not to check it, and it burns them. And I think, you know, from here on and out, it's gonna be very likely to see Maniac up on that box once again. Quick beat push coming in from Mouse here.
It is a big beat push indeed, and Mouse taking advantage of it by collecting the first two. Next, he's gone down as Apex covers the cross. Now it's Chris J who gets flanked out from Maniac. Bomb still gets planted, so they'll pick up some money from this as well as the M4 on Dennis, but he won't get a chance to really use it to much effect at all. Meanwhile, Gobdi with the Tech 9 at least picks up one more. Apex does go down. They're holding the defuse. Kenny's going to have the smoke, and Maniac realizing that the footsteps of the elephant have pushed over to the left side of the jungle. He'll play Mr. Poacher and take down and sell the elephant skin.
That was some graphic, yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
Graphic
I don't know why
enough,
I went there.
Yeah.
It was the elephant in the room.
Oh, bringing it back right away. Oh yeah, Titan finally actually picking up quite a few rounds here in a row, so they're kind of getting into things. And well, mousesports again, it's kind of the same story over and over again. Mouse, you know, they do a lot of damage, get a bomb plant. They know that they can do a lot of damage to Titan if they win a round, but they just can't actually get that one round that's gonna break Titan. But Titan's still in the same situation as they've been for the last, you know, 4 rounds.
So Kenny looking for a shot. Flash in from Speedy. He finds the entrance onto Existence, aware as well that there is one inside the vent. It's RPK, but he gets traded immediately by Nex. And again, there's still a man down due to the fact that the trades are favoring Mouse, and Chris J turning back, dodging the flash that Maniac placed for himself. Manages to nail the shot. Kenny S, meanwhile, he'll cancel that back out as he comes through the vents. He's the last one that remains now from Titan. Cute little pop flash goes under his feet. He jumps beyond that, hoping that someone may get aggressive from B main, and they do. But unfortunately, Kenny S rather uncharacteristically missing the shot allows Chris J to pick up the assist as they close out on him. Bring it back a little bit here, but still one round the difference favoring Titan. What's the number they need for mousesports?
Mousesports are nearing that number actually, where they can be pretty satisfied with their, or pretty okay with their half, because now obviously Titan ecoing, they finally got broken. Not being able to buy up anymore. So mousesports are looking at 5 rounds, and if they can get 1 or 2 more, then they should be okay without their T set played out.
RPK sliding back in toward the site, just going to watch out from the slide. He could actually go for the jump here. In fact, they're going to go for the boost instead of just jumping up and down the slide to get the peak. So they'll put a second player over top of Red. That means they'll easily be able to pick up on the fact that there's 2 there when they try and enter, because how else is his head that high if he's not standing on someone's shoulders? Meanwhile, Kenny, he picks up 2, one and then the other on a 180 shot into next, but Chris J coming back with a double of his own allows Speedy to put down the bomb, and Existence coming all the way from mid has a 1-on-3. P250, best he can hope for is just some damage, and Kenny, by the way, he was the one that was able to buy out all of these P250s, hence why they're the same skin. So that'll damage his economy a little bit if they want to try and get the op back up for him in consecutive rounds. Speedy closes out on Existence, and it's going to be 5-5. This is not bad at all for mousesports.
Not bad at all. And Titan actually somewhat surprisingly deciding to force buy. This is not the greatest of force buys at all. Pretty much the only one who could afford anything at all was Kenny. So, yeah, they're just riding the reins of Kenny right now, hoping that he can do a lot of work, because, well, FAMASA is not the greatest of weapons, especially going up against AKs, and you don't really have that many nades. Sure, it looks like you have a lot, but no Molotovs, and your smokes are going to go away pretty rapidly, and it's not going to help you actually hold back in an actual push like a Molotov would. So this is a very difficult, very tricky situation for Titan. They kind of need a round win here, not to let mousesports run away with the first half.
In Existence now, waiting inside Checker. He's the solo player on B, and so far that's not going to be detrimental to the cause of the defense, because no one's really lurking in that position. Although now they finally do have someone trying to get in behind Checker. That'll just distract this Chris J. He's got the opening to get inside mid, and it's Speedy, the one that's playing the lurk. Speedy's going to find the first on Existence. Knows there's one advance, turns back, and this is great execution. All he has to do is take down the rotating players, and Chris J's gone all the way around behind. Finally, Maniac puts him down, but he's the last that's left, and it's too little too late. 4 men still standing, and mousesports take the lead right back from Titan.
Yeah, and Titan right back to ecoing as well. And, well, now they're in that situation where they're never going to be able to actually afford an op on Kenny. Unless they do a double eco, and they're not in a situation where they can allow themselves to do double eco. So this is not looking great for Titan at all. They're going to have to rely on rifles and rifles only if they want to break this back.
Keep in mind, chat, the only giveaway you can possibly get in on is by subscribing. First 250 subs will have a chance to win a Karambit Night. Meanwhile, Gabi going to break out the vents from middle, work toward the B-bomb site. As a Molotov to clear the corner. Nobody's there, as we can already tell, but little does he know what we know. If he did, it would be called cheating. As Gabi looking to work in toward where Apex is playing. And there's a bit of a stack now because they've rotated 2 over early, but 2 are already down. Kenny S drops to Speedy. It's Apex and RPK to recover the round, but it's Chris J to bring it right back. An assist on the second as Speedy gets the final kill. But Maniac's still alive. He's got the USP on the quick rotation, trying to get in on the flank. Unfortunately, all he's done is give himself up, and that means Dennis can close it out. It's 7 already for mousesports. And remember, winner of map 1 is the only one that will have a chance to move forward.
Yeah, and, well, I guess to be fair, this is mousesports map pick. And a lot of this, well, I guess pretty much the core actually now in this team is more Penta players than it is mousesports players with Dennis, Speedy, and Next. So they used to be a superbly good cash team. So, you know, they're kind of showcasing that. Not too surprising to see that they're doing well. Ooh, Chris. Stop it.
I love it. I love how cheeky that was.
And the fact that he nearly actually tagged a second guy as well. Alright, well that's one way of doing damage to people. And I love the fact that they're actually, mousesports continue to go back to mid. Like, they want to get mid control, and I think that's just the smartest thing they can do.
Putting some pressure on Kenny, though, if that's the case. They do still have the aggressive player in existence, but he walks around the corner. That flash, it was not. It was simply an HE grenade, so Gabi was sitting there just waiting for someone to push into his crosshairs. He looked toward vents, in fact, and got that exact play to work in his favor. Kenny S now will take down Gabi. It's Speedy to come back into him, and Maniac's lurking inside a site, knowing that the doorway is open. Dennis can only be on the other side, and that's exactly where he finds him, so this will bring the advantage to Null. It's left to 3 apiece as Apex waiting inside the site. Now this is an interesting spot to play. Very unorthodox, uncommon, and it gives Apex the jump on the 2 of them, and it works out perfectly. Speedy and X drop bomb down, round over.
And a pause coming in from Titan here. I'm not really sure what they want to figure out. And yeah, RPK actually picking up an op as well, so he's going to be able to drop that off to Kenny. And well, Titan regain some hope of actually coming out of this with a winning half.
So double AK already bought, as we can see, 6,800 for Nex, 7,000, 11,200 for Chris J. This is the big thing. I mean, the round's gone back and forth. We look at the equipment value. The last 4 rounds, there's been no problem buying. There won't be in this one either. And what looked like from round 6 to 8, when there was 3 consecutive buys and 3 consecutive victories from Titan, that it might look good for them for the rest of the half, but the problem is that all these rounds were close, therefore their equipment dwindled down to just very little in the ensuing round. And then it was a save, an additional save in round 12, and that's how quickly it can turn back against you. So they've still got work to do if they want to break the economy. It'll be this round and the next as well. In fact, they won't even get that far. The round will expire before we even get to see another save from the T side.
Yeah. And we're unpaused as well. mousesports in that favorable position where they will be able to buy up pretty much for, well, both of the 2 remaining rounds. Titan, on the other hand, if they lose this round, they're going to be pretty pressed for money. Obviously, they're going to buy up whatever they can, but it's not going to be an amazing sort of an inventory that they have to showcase.
Maniac playing on the floor. Again, he's still good in the boost position, but having used it twice, he won't go back to it a third. It's quite common that they'll check it off at that point. So instead, he uses a different angle and takes advantage of it on Dennis. Apex goes down to 75, Kenny S 98, so losing only 2 HP, not a big deal, but Maniac gets into the corner, and Nex, he just pre-fires through the smoke. He finds him now. He may have heard him jump up, I'm not 100% sure, because we weren't quite into that POV at the time, but it's very possible that he heard him, and now Nex is going to catch Apex pushing through with the flash from Kenny to try and get him in position, but that's a bit of a desperate play when you consider that there could easily be 2 players there, knowing specifically that Nex just took down Maniac.
It actually gives the mousesports an opening to go back towards that A-bomb sub, but Kenny S is still alive on that site.
Entries coming in, though, in Existence, winning out on Gobby. It's next to turn back. Good reaction shot on Existence, pushing forward, taking down Kenny S as well. He'll now switch to the op, and he's got a great chance to take down RPK, who spots him as the bomb gets placed, and Next will do it. It will be 8 rounds already, mousesports. They are looking poised to move forward, and Titan could be out in the group stages of CounterPit, where 4 out of 6 move forward.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of a similar scenario that we were talking about at Star Ladder with Envy. You know, groups of 6, 4 people go through. Envy might not be one of them. Seems pretty surreal, but to be fair, the way Titan have been playing as of late has been pretty dicey. I mean, yesterday they managed to play Awful versus Panteb, beat Navi, lose to Flipside, then win versus Flipside. Their results are just all over the place, just completely mind-boggling how they can be so inconsistent in their performances.
RPK just going to wait inside checkers again. They've used this spot a lot to try and make sure that they catch anyone wrapping inside the site. As Maniac's going to go toward Forklift. Chris J's out toward Squeaky, as is Dennis, so they'll look for an entry. Chris J and Dennis, by the way, that's one of the cool dynamic duos right now of Counter-Strike, in my opinion. They're both so aggressive. Wait to the CT side to see how it unfolds for them. As traditionally speaking, Mouse is a better CT-sided team, in my opinion, but RPK collecting 2 with the 5-7 does bring the round back in favor of Titan. They've managed to secure the AK, and RPK has now just recovered with the 2 FAMASas and the Deagle for Existence. It's round 15. It's all to play for. There will be no saving. And Kenny S, no saving grace. He's going to pick up 2. Kenny looking for the 3rd, and can he do it? Yes, he can.
That was solid. I like that. Yes, he can. But yeah, no. Titan actually managed to bring it back on a 4th spy here. Primarily thanks to RPK and Kenny S. Obviously picking up all the frags, but still not a great first half by any means for Titan. Losing CT side, going into the admittedly harder side of the game. It's gonna be really tough to actually bring it back, especially with how poorly they've been playing. That's kind of the thing that sticks into my mind over and over again. The fact that when we've seen them play T-sides the last couple of days, they've just seemed extremely lackluster without a solid plan as to what they're doing.
Apex waiting inside A main. With the pistol out, we'll see where these Glocks are going to go. They've all got armor. They've got no nades, so it's going to be a Glock train. Look for all 5 to execute together, but right now it looks like they actually might split up here. 2 toward Squeaky, 1 in A main, and 2 toward mid. So interesting that they're not just going to overwhelm and go in full effect. In fact, they're already getting picked off as Speedy picks up Apex. Dennis takes down RPK, and he adds to that tally by catching Existence as well, and Kenny's got to play for it here. He does actually pick up the 1st. And Maniac beat him to that, actually. It's Speedy who goes down just before that, but either way, they've gotten 2. And Kenny's still alive, gets flashed out, can't put the bomb down, but does catch Dennis in rotation, in transition, back toward truck side. And suddenly it's a 2-on-2 situation for them to work with as Gobby finding Kenny back on top of the site. And Maniac just has to hold on to this as the bomb is planted, but he's only got 13 HP. And Mouse still might be able to get away with this round, despite Titan's best efforts to bring it back in their favor. And Gobby waiting, he'll find it. It's going to be a defuse, and it's going to be 9 rounds now for mousesports.
Man, bit of a broken play from Titan right there, getting picked off in mid, not really having that second pressure point when they want to go out towards the A-bomb site. Still managed to get the bomb plant though, thanks to Maniac and Kenny S picking up frags. So it's not a completely waste of a round, but they're already strapped in terms of, you know, being in a pretty awful situation, needing to get off to a good start. But oh, actually, and this is the type of buy I don't really get, because they could have just done a clean eco now, bought up the next round, and actually, you know, most likely had to play versus some SMGs instead of just all-out rifles, which is a preferable situation to be in. Instead, they're just going to bank quite a bit of this game on Tech 9s, a Deagle, and a couple of nades here.
So Chris J using the UMP. It's back on top of the A site. So far, though, no one looking that direction right now from Titan. Apex looking for the set smoke. Cover off Z naturally should indicate that they want to try and at least get some sort of mid-presence, but Dennis is going to push forward to that, dodging a flash that he saw at the last second. That won't allow Existence to get the shot into him easily as he goes over top of drop. The rest of the Titan players, meanwhile, they're heading over onto the B site, and it's Apex that Wants to lead the way in, but Existence has found Dennis inside middle, and the Eco's starting off well right now from Titan as Kenny's already made it to the site, and he's got the bomb, so this is going to go down at the very least as Chris J, realizing that someone's pushed into the smoke, they bump Uglies, and he manages to turn back and take down Maniac in time before he gets caught in a sandwich. And now it's going to be Gobby, oh, so close as he puts Existence on 18 HP, but still unable to get the kill. They have to go for this retake, it's still 4-on-4. And Speedy with the UMP is going to back himself in through the flash of his teammate. Kenny's going to find him. Speedy does go down immediately, and Chris J getting one. It's trading back and forth. Apex getting the better, and it's Gobby on 8 HP. He's running away. He's bailing out. He's going home. It's going to be a round for Titan.
Wow. First off, the fact that Dennis loses out the duel versus Existence, pretty much, you know, a one-on-one duel. Existence with the P250, Dennis with better weaponry, just straight up. That obviously puts quite a bit of pressure, but I think the timing that Titan had there going in towards that site with Pentaplet and Eric mousesports playing so passively just worked out perfectly, because the second Chris J pulls up for an AG to actually throw out towards where Titan is, that's where they push in through. So he's going to be delayed to actually react to what's happening, and Titan get onto the site and he gets smoked off. Just very well played from Titan, and the gamble works out. So instead of just being in a bit of a rotten place where you don't have money and you're just constantly losing rounds, they're right back in this.
Apex going to take down next to start it off for Titan. And this will give Kenny the chance to use the op to more effect. As Maniac wants to come through Squeaky, it's Gobby the only one with a rifle. As we saw him get away to survive safely last time, and Apex going for that jump around the corner, successfully actually lands the strafe on top of the garage coil, but he still gets taken down in the end. That puts us to 4-on-4 as RPK is going to take down Dennis with the AK. And Gobby's going to get RPK to bring it back, so staying equal and staying even all the way through the round. Speedy now has to try and figure out exactly which direction they're going to come from, and he turns back, finds Existence. The gamble pays off as he gives up the site on A, but takes down the one lurk player. They'll try and get this bomb plant down as Kenny just wants to keep money rolling. He has the op to work with still as Maniac does collect Gobby. It goes back to 2-on-2, and Speedy's going to pick up that M4, the only M4 that initially was in play. Chris J Lynn on the rotation has an AK, but Kenny has an op. Kenny has the first shot, but Chris J's there.
Day of ecos, man.
Is that a new Valve game? Day of Defeat Eco?
Day of Defeat Eco. It's in Source too. Like, you wouldn't know about it. It's pretty secret stuff. No, but yeah, that I'm for getting passed around like you know. I wouldn't say that, but yeah, no, the Colt being passed around really working out for mousesports, and they bring it back once again. And well, we talked about, you know, Titan's big risk and that second round and how it paid off. Now they're kind of back in that situation where they would have found themselves if they'd lost that round. So eco time, and Mouse should, by all accounts, win this round pretty easily.
Oh, that nade! Does it catch him? It does. Existence couldn't get out alive, as he knew he was low HP and desperately jumped across, hoping he could get away, but the nade was there. And now it's going to be Mouse taking full control of the round. 5-on-1. Kenny S. I don't think there's a hope in hell for him this time. A Champagne Supernova in the sky. It's that P250 Supernova. Dennis doesn't care what gun he has, because he's got an M4. And mousesports have the lead on 11-8, and I'll say it again. This match indicates who moves forward should one of these two teams win. A tie means they're both out, and therefore, whoever wins the first map is the only team that has a chance. So this map is all to play for.
And, I mean, for Titan's sake, they kind of, even if they lose the first map, they don't want to go out with the 2-0 versus Mouse. Especially Cobble, that's kind of been the one map where they've actually had some good results, beating Navi yesterday. So they want to keep the good times rolling, I guess, in whatever way they can.
Good trade to start it off as RPK goes in with one, and Apex goes out with the other. It's Speedy to pick up that kill next, though. At least picking up another, but Kenny, he can only pick up one and dropping the bomb. And Kenny, that's been a common mistake that he's been making lately, is getting aggressive like he normally does. And typically should do, but having the bomb and doing it, so drops it in another really awkward position, and Maniac, with fire on top of it, has to not only go toward it, but wait to get there. And look at the X-ray positions. They're all staring down exactly where he might be. He does manage to dodge himself around the corner, but they would have spotted. They didn't spot. I thought for sure they did spot him going over toward truck side, so Maniac might be able to outthink them here. Gobby's still going to wait knowing this is a possibility, and he'll go down and make the call. So we'll get Dennis and Speedy to go on a rotation quickly to get back toward him. Maniac dropping down. Maniac catching Speedy now as well, and Maniac might just pull this off. Dennis in a one-on-one. Dennis with 100 HP. Maniac going to plant the bomb in the open. Needs to be careful that he's not going to get caught coming from vents, and Dennis does it. It's 12-8, and the money is dwindling out of control for Titan.
Just the fact that he actually gets a bomb plant is pretty special in that situation. I didn't even think he would actually have the opportunity to pick up the bomb, because that's 3 mousesports members in the same spot. They only had to watch one location the entire time. But yeah, mousesports, I guess, feeling like they want to play it as safe as possible, but it gives Titan another opportunity to actually get some money.
So fire, Molotov, rather incendiary grenade out on top of the boost. So Kenny will get underneath of that. Heat rises, he'll stay cool as he heads toward A main.
And Titan are doing the standard Titan tactical timeout right now. Because the Maniac and Existence just kind of hanging out in spawn, talking things over, because obviously things are not really playing out as they'd like. So just taking the time to take things, talk things over, and potentially see if they can find a solution.
Well, it just goes to show how much this match actually means for them. As they do take this time. If it was an irrelevant matchup with very little consequence, you could highly anticipate that they would just go with it, but they know what this means. 46 seconds and they've yet to leave spawn, and I'm actually getting a little bit curious as to what the call is going to be. Kenny is moving now, Maniac's leaving. So we'll see what they've come up with and what they've put on the drawing board and whether or not they can execute with it. These pistols in play, and I likely imagine they would have discussed the next round where they do have weapons out as well, so that they're fully committed. And Maniac, he's committed on to A. That nade does come back out in return, but it goes beyond him, and Dennis, meanwhile, will find Maniac low HP, but they've started it off correctly before Nex can spray away, and he'll take down Kenny S in Existence. Add it to another total, potentially it is. He's going to catch RPK. And the last player remaining is already gone. Chris J found Apex. Bomb does go down. That's a bit of a success because now you said it. They'll get money back up. They've already taken that in-game tactical timeout, which is a pretty neat way to see it done.
Yeah, no, pretty neat way, and plenty of cash for Titan to go around. We're going to see an op coming out of Kenny. I'm just really excited to see whether, or I'm just hopeful that we're going to see something well thought out from Titan. After, you know, taking that pretty much that entire round to talk things over and kind of planning out what's going to happen this round.
First shot from Kenny successful. He finds Chris J. Good battle to win, but it's Dennis who pops out. Actually does get Maniac from Squeaky. But having a doubled up play allows Existence to get the trade right away, and a trade favors the offensive team. Not to mention when there's only 2 defensive players left. And one's on B, one's on A. Bomb's down outside of A main. It's going to be picked up and recovered right now by Existence as he rotates back toward middle. So give him a chance to join with his teammates, and they can make the call depending on which bomb site they want to work toward. They have a lurk over on B. That's going to be RPK, who's sitting inside Checker. He's waiting, hoping, daring perhaps even Godby to push out and make himself known. Because that would give away exactly where the defense are playing. Because Titan, they know that they have to win this round. This is everything to them, having just got guns back out. So a slip-up or a misplay, underestimating the positions of the defense, would absolutely cost them this match.
And the mousesports members actually stay so still that you might even think they're timed out, but they're not going to show themselves. Or actually, well,
and I think actually they might have timed out because we just got a pause call, so you might have called that correctly as Godby sitting stationary all the while, not even looking toward vents. Titan now have control of his site, and unfortunately that does mean the round is going to conclude. Not necessarily in a way we would have liked to have seen it. The fortunate thing was that they were 2 men down. Its chances were against them, but it's still not what you like to see. So Nex just has to hold on to the M4, and Titan will get themselves a gift. It's going to be 13-9. They're still alive with hopes of moving to the playoffs.
Yeah, the dream remains, but it's going to be tough. hopefully it's not like a lasting issue for Gabi, and he'll be back pretty soon. But Max goes down as well. Mousesports still have a bit of cash to work with here. Not really sure how much Gabi was sitting at, but Krista is sitting at nearly 8k before buying. So if they'd like to, they could easily buy up.
So we will await the return of Godbeat, as they do go to pause, and good call by you to say that you would think they timed out, and then we quickly found out that's exactly the case.
It was either that or just like an unreal amount of patience and confidence in yourself that you actually know where people are exactly going to show up.
Yeah, exactly, because he never looked at vents once.
Yeah. Because at first I thought like, oh, he must have just the slightest sliver to actually see if somebody crosses past, but he'd still just be standing wide open for vents. Oh, PC shut down because it got overheated. And I mean it's pretty warm.
Who's
in
their
Germany
sponsor?
right about
Get them
now.
a goddamn new CPU right now.
It's pretty warm though in Germany right now.
It is very. I was talking to Moses.
38 degrees or something.
I was talking to Moses. That's crazy. I haven't had an overheat issue in a while. I've gone to water cooling. It seems to be all right. But yeah, that's unfortunate. That's
But does that
old
mean
school.
like everything's kaput? Like he was not obviously he needs to.
No, he should be able to
things
restart
cool
it.
down,
It's just
but-
going to be really hot again still. So his
Yeah,
options,
but,
he's
it's
going to
gonna
have
be
to
a
find a way to
repeated-
stay
Exactly. Like he needs to find a way to.
to cool the computer. So he's got to get put a fan right next to it, or if he had dry ice, that's always an amazing one. But who has dry ice on hand? That's reaching for it.
Who doesn't?
You are a kind of person that I could see having dry ice on hand. That's not going to surprise me at all.
Got something, got some back pocket. Never go out of the house without dry ice, right?
Yep. Suit yourself.
No, but I mean, yeah, if he doesn't have a solid way of actually cooling the CPU, this
If he
is going
puts
to
it
be a
in-
recurring option.
Oh, I mean, if he puts it in like a cooler of freezing water, he should be okay.
Yeah, that's true, I suppose.
Just, as long as he puts it with the power supply unit deep inside the water so that it can therefore circulate cool air and cool water through the veins of the wires as well as just electricity, it would cool the whole thing down internally. So, yeah, I mean, if he's got some cooler ice and a lot of water on hand, just dump the computer in there. It should be fine.
There you go. Tech solving with Staticist. I'm actually like a completely brain dead person when it comes to computers in that sense. Like, I could easily give my PC like an ice bath or something. Just hope for the best. Apparently,
Yeah.
Kenny wants to get to the swimming pool. I'm assuming it's kind of warm
Kenny
actually, like in
S.
all over Europe right now.
Kenny probably has like a hot date waiting at the swimming pool right now.
True.
It's like, come on, guys, I have to hit my shot so we can go. That's why I have 24 kills I carry. That wasn't even French.
Oh, that was something though. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Maybe
but it wasn't
Austrian,
French.
I'm not sure.
Definitely not French though.
Either way, this is why he's carrying. He wants to get to the pool. He's like, man, if I can do it, you guys need to hurry up and get on my level so I can go on my date.
Existence is like, guys, don't worry about it. I got a plan for keeping us here for a bit longer. I'm not really that big of a fan of the sun anyway. I could easily sunburn. Yeah. Gabi's back. Rejoice. So we should be getting going pretty soon here.
I mean, the hard part is that if he's having an overheat issue in the first game of a best of two, and we're not done this series yet, he's got to find a way to externally stabilize the temperature of that computer because he will overheat again. There's no question about it. If he's just gonna turn it back on and hope for the best, like, unless he's got a ton of background programs that we're already running, aka hacks, no, just kidding. But if he has a lot of background programs that we're running, if he shuts all of those down and takes away from CPU processing, he might have a chance. But he's got to find a way to get this thing cooled from the outside right now, big time.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna cross our fingers and hope that it works out. Gabi was actually the one with the least money on his side. So with how little money he has, he had, I think it was 2.6. They're actually gonna have to eco here, or that's gonna be the safest thing. Wait. Actually, Gabi decided to buy up armor and a P56, but yeah, he had 3,000. So I guess there's still a potential for them to actually buy up with Chris having 7.8k. They could do that, but with Gabi not buying enough nades, I don't really think they're going to risk it.
Yeah, if anything, just get Chris J to drop out pistols at this point in time where he's sitting so pretty. Unless they want to go for it, like you say, if they could force, don't even let Chris J drop out a second force if they want to rely on this and go heavy. I mean, they've got the lead, there's no reason to do what I'm about to suggest, but, you know, if they were playing from behind and they wanted to force, get Chris J an op right now, and then just bring out, obviously, next to a full M4, and then go for just chest armor and a FAMAS on Speedy and Dennis, and you might have a chance to at least make something in the round if Chris can find an opening early on. But again, that's a risk, and that's going to leave you so broke in the next round. So play for the eco here and buy in the next one regardless.
Yeah, no, yeah, the scenario you just painted was the one I was expecting if Gob had a tiny bit more money. So, you know, potentially he could go for a FAMAS as well. And then I would have seen that as a, you know, fairly likely scenario. And Nex is actually going to buy up. You know, they're actually going for it. Full on, except no FAMAS, just pistols here, and they're gonna opt to go for the nades instead.
And I see the chat is agreeing with me that he should totally put ice or cold water in the PC. He'd be fine.
It's not a problem. Nice.
No, it's. I mean, it's like the most direct way of cooling it down. I heard though that you can actually get the opposite of overheating when you do that. That's why it shuts off. It's not because it fries itself. It's an overcooling issue.
Damn, you gotta be pretty fancy to have an, you know, overcooling issue.
Well, we're seeing a stack over toward the A site right now. 4 players from mousesports.
And it's such a weird buy from Mouse actually, because they opt heavy into armor, weapons, pistols, ops, whatever, but they're actually not going for that many nades. So they're just banking on weaponry and, you know, individual skill to win this for them.
Meanwhile, Nex is looking for the opening at the doorway, and speaking of an open door, he finds Maniac standing inside of it. It's going to be Nex that looks back toward the front of the site now as well from A main, and RPK, despite getting Dennis before that, gets dropped down. Bomb is left in the open, and Mouse are looking to go to 14 rounds. Titans timeout, perhaps doing nothing. And Gabi getting back in the server. Maybe that broke the momentum they'd hoped to build. His existence will collect Gabi, but that is all he will get. It is 14-9. And 2 to go before mousesports give themselves a chance of moving forward and completely erase that chance from Titan.
Yeah, this is it's not looking great for Mouse. Oh no, for Titan. I mean, mousesports picking up a bit of a freebie around actually, because they didn't invest fully into that previous round. Now they're, you know, got the same equipment, if not better, on everyone, and nades in addition to that. So this is going to be so tough for Titan to actually break through. Luckily for them, though, there's no stack on that A-bomb side so far from the mousesports side. But Dennis has gotten a pretty aggressive position out in mid, so that could catch someone off guard if Titan decides to try to get mid control.
Maniac in the open door this time again. He got caught here last time. Smokes out to cover his angle instead, so slight difference. Lets him peek toward the catwalk as Apex will Molotov off inside the fence. Cover the angle on the cross, hoping that if someone was there, he'd be able to shoot them as they escape. Smoke comes out. Apex, he's going to smoke over the top. That'll allow a bomb plant to go down and for them to win over quad. Meanwhile, Dennis is inside middle, and Dennis is going to take down RPK. Next, he got one as well. Dennis doubles up. It's going to be Nex again to try and find a second of his own, as Kenny is on very low HP, and Nex will do it. It's all left to Maniac. Maniac spamming away at least one player gets the kill, but Chris J is there with the op, and it is match point and potential moving forward point for mousesports. Again, they cannot tie the series. If they tie the series, both teams are done. They do not move forward, but mousesports might have given themselves a chance to win the second map and take this into the playoffs.
And well, the straight up beam rush coming in from Titan here. Not the greatest of force buys either, and well, mousesports already made the rotation here. It's going to be so tough for Titan to actually break through.
Very tough indeed, as Apex at least will catch Nex. Apex looking toward the vents now, and actually Dennis is working into that angle, so he may catch him off guard and bring this back to a 2-on-2. His existence has come all the way around from the A side. He finds Speedy. Bombs down inside the site, though, remember. That's why they have to rotate this direction, and Chris J finding Apex makes it a lot harder for existence to make anything of this. As he realizes that now, and he will not work toward heaven, he'll fall back. Try and get in position from the connection point toward CT, and in fact, they're going to boost toward vents, so just in case they do go back the other direction, they'll be able to cover that off, but they still have the bomb, so aside from putting Chris J on an immediate flank, there's not really an advantage to this, because if Chris J is not fast enough, and if Existence can find Dennis while Chris J is absent, and in this rotation position, then it could be 2 one-on-ones, and that's not exactly ideal, but nonetheless, Chris J has managed to get to heaven before anything could come from this, and Existence will know, having come from that side of the site, that it's not likely he's going to be there, so Chris J is going to put himself in a great spot, and might just catch them off, and look how passive Mouse is being, and that's going to be exactly the case. Existence goes across, Chris J's there, and he'll get the kill, get the map, and Mouse Sports, out of these two teams, is the only one that still has a chance to move forward. Have you died on me, Vendetta?
No. I'm just, giving a moment of silence for Titan.
Yeah, light a candle in chat. Their playoff dreams are over. As we look at the standings, so just to explain it again, this is the last game of Group B. Every other team, aside from these two, have completed their scheduled matches, and that means that Mouse Sports, again, by winning that map, the worst they can do is tie. The best Titan can do is tie, and a tie means neither move forward. If Mouse Sports win map 2, they'll jump ahead of both Hellraisers and Penta and secure themselves a spot in the lower bracket. So the upper bracket of Group B is also already finalized as well. That's the other thing to talk about. It's TSM and it's Envious, whereas over in Group A, Nodus Vincere has done all their matches. They've got 10 points to work with. Virtus Pro could actually jump them. They've got one match left, and Kingwin, they themselves also have one match left. They could catch and tie Nodus Vincere, so that would make it pretty interesting to see who goes through to the upper bracket. Meanwhile, Flipside Tactics, they could actually win out over everyone, technically speaking, if they won the last 3 games that they have. Meanwhile, Dignitas Gamers 2, the only way they can get through is if Flipside lose everything that's left, and they manage to jump them. So, pretty likely that Dignitas Gamers 2 will be out of Group A, but there's still a lot to play for over there in terms of seeding. Whereas Group B, this is it right now. We're seeing it. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Next map, of course, will be Cobblestone, and it's Titan's choice. Welcome back, everybody. It is game 2, and it is mousesports' game to win or to also be eliminated in groups. They have to win this to move forward, and it is going to be Cobblestone. It's Titan's map choice. That's the interesting aspect, and you have to think Hellraisers and Bento sitting by thinking, let's go Titan.
Yeah, for sure. And Titan, they can turn on their cranky inner kid, right? Who just want to be mean to everybody else and just want to ruin the hopes and dreams of mousesports. Because they have nothing to gain from this other than just being, bit of a dick to mousesport. And I guess if they like Penta, they're going to help them out as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And Penta, that's actually a surprise to me, that the team that I thought wouldn't make it through as far as their new roster, despite the aggression that they had when they had Dennis, when they had Nex, when they had Speedy, 3 players now on mousesports. When they had those guys, I thought, Penta's a pretty good team. And remember, they made it out of groups twice. At the last 2 majors, they've been a top 8 team.
Oh, yeah.
That's how good Penta was. And then the core of that team leaves, shifts places, and goes over to mousesports. And now Penta still makes it out of these groups, despite lacking 3 of those players. Tapson's been playing well, Crisby's solid, and it's completely changed the way they play. They're not the aggressive team they once were. They're more passive. And yet they're going to make it to playoffs in this group, and it's mousesports who might not, despite having those core players. So, I mean, it's pretty interesting to me. I thought Penta and Hellraisers might be the 2 to go out. One of those 2 is guaranteed to go through. And Titan is actually going to be going out. So lots of problems on Titan's side that are still yet to be addressed.
Oh yeah, no, they have a ton of stuff that they need to work with. But luckily for them, Cobblestone seemed to be one of the maps where they actually get something done. At least even when they've been struggling to actually find good results, they managed to beat Navi yesterday on Cobble. So that's something they can take with them going into this one. And obviously, being a professional player, you're never really interested in losing, right? You always want to go for that win. So, here's to hoping that Titan is actually going to have a good showing.
Well, I mean, a good showing would be great, but from mousesports' perspective, they definitely want anything but that. They just want this to be over and easily done so that they can play in the playoffs, at least from the lower bracket.
Oh yeah, no. If you're mousesports, you're hoping for a very resigned Titan to show up, but Titan, they need to regain their shape and form somehow, and anything can help in that type of situation.
And it's Maniac that's waiting above drop. The rest of them, meanwhile, have all headed over toward A, and they got Chris J on the boost, but they're going to check it because they caught the player running back. That was RPK. And he got taken down. Kenny getting the second kill. As Maniac now wants to rotate back over from the connection point. But that's smoked off. Immediately smoked off. The good news is there's a very strong rotation point, as next Gobby and Dennis have all made it back over toward the A site. Maniac's waiting in this smoke, and Maniac, they walk directly in front of him. He's looking toward the second player. No idea that Gobby was going to be as close as he was, so Gobby, he goes ahead and picks up the kill. And this allows Speedy now to work back over for free. He should have gone down easily to Maniac. Instead, he gets saved, and now they've got to play for this site, but they're getting split right now as Apex worked out from drop, and Apex going to take down Gobby. It's existence to get Speedy. That leaves Dennis in a position where he has to kill. Otherwise, they go down to a disadvantaged situation. Instead, they're the ones that win the round as Kenny places the bomb. That's the important part. They may still get a third round bye.
Wow! Now that was actually a really cool pistol from Titan. The group of 4 people towards apps or a-holes. I mean, their only intention was just to grab enough map control for Apex to throw off that smoke that lands into connector, and obviously with the heavy pressure that they put on apps, that's gonna force a rotation from mousesports. And that created enough space for Maniac to drop down through drop room and actually post himself up by those doors behind the smoke. That was just a really cool idea. Unfortunate for them, Maniac got unlucky and Gobby got lucky, as he even says himself in chat there, and actually finds him out before Maniac can get potentially 2 very easy kills while they're rotating.
And Dennis falls off of long A, gets himself in a better position to rotate over to B should the call be made. As the other 4 players, 2 directly inside the B site, 2 on drop, are there and waiting for this push from Titan. And Apex gets the flash down, and the first manages to round the corner past Gobby, as he didn't even turn around fast enough. That allowed RPK to get the kill on Chris J. And look at how quickly Titan clean it up. That is a huge eco win. They annihilated the defense.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, nades were thrown, things happened. I mean, I don't even know what the hell happened for the most part that round. Apex picking up 3 kills there, just kind of out of the blue.
That was nuts.
That was just absolutely nuts. Because mousesports had plenty of players towards that B-bomb site, so, you know, from the get-go you'd imagine that they would be in a pretty good position to hold that off, but Titan apparently having other plans.
Winning an eco with all 5 players alive, that's a new challenge right there. And Titan showed off with style. It's next to come back over out of the drop room to support Speedy at long. That means that Gobby will be the one to rotate into that position. As I pause to sneeze. We're powering through this, Vendetta, I gotta say.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Titan, meanwhile, they'll flash through. Smoke on danger means they only have to focus at the top of the ramp, and Kenny S will find Chris J. And Dennis, who picked up the first kill, now falls to Apex. And Apex isn't done. He's going to take down Gobby, so Titan are looking strong now that they have the guns in their favor. But less strong than they did on the eco. They've already lost a player this round. It's RPK. Now it's going to be Kenny S that goes down to next, who's still alive. And there's low HP on the next player coming out the ramp. Next is going to find Apex. So potentially we could see back-to-back ecos as Next is going to find Maniac. And it's low HP on existence. 14, in fact, to work with as he tries to work up the ramp right now with the P250 and desperately hoping that he can hit at least one of the heads over top of the wall. And it's not going to happen. Back-to-back ecos indeed.
I don't understand how Next gets 4 frags in that situation like that and doesn't lose HP. That does not make sense to me. I don't know how you... Why can't I be that person when I play CS? Basically, you're in a position to kill 4 people and nobody actually even acknowledges you and your existence, even though you're just like dropping heads left and right. That should never really happen. I mean, Next should have gotten taken out at least after that second headshot he got. But Titan getting stuck pretty much in A slope, not really getting onto site. Maniac, the only one finally making it up, but that was at a point where they were actually at an even number in terms of players alive. So, somewhat poorly played by Titan, well played from Next though, to bring it back.
And it's now existence with just the P250. So they'll force back up with this. Kenny S has the op. Double AK with it. Deagle for Maniac. So stylish Deagle. See if it can be stylish indeed, because they are up against a full arsenal of rifles on mousesports side. See if they can use them to good effect. Maniac's going to go down drop. Doesn't even hesitate. Looks over, realizes it's empty, and he'll take the room to himself. And as Apex, he finds Chris J, and RPK gets Dennis. Gobby, though, popping out very easily, takes back Apex. Full composure on the shot, but Maniac's behind him, and that means Nex is a little bit late to rotate back over. His teammate's gone, but at least he gets the kill. It's Titan that have the lead. So they may not have had the same amount of weapons to start the round. They've definitely got the man advantage now. It's left to Speedy, and Speedy is gone. You can't really call it an eco, but a forced buy win this time.
Yeah, and doing so, breaking economy of mousesports, which is, and really pretty much what happened to them on Cash. Mousesports breaking Titan's economy after several rounds of just back and forth. So now Titan finally get an opportunity to actually to build a round lead, and that's a great start for them. They never got to that point on Cash.
And Kenny S waiting, using his customary to take down Dennis. RPK, he'll push down middle, he finds Chris J. So again, Titan do have the lead. More pressure in this map, unquestionably on Mousesports. As Titan season's over regardless, doesn't matter if they win this one or not. Mousesports have to win it, they cannot lose this map. As Maniac pop back out, he looks for the shot, does take down Speedy. And Titan, with all the early picks so far, Maniac's on 1 HP. That's how close he was to bringing it back to a 4-on-3. Instead, it's a 5-on-2. Titan, with RPK, getting also dinked down to 15. Still managing to pick up the kill in the second one on Godbeat. Old school accuracy of RPK.
Two solid rumps for RPK in a row there. And old Titan managed to limit their losses by quite a bit there in 90 ecos. And well, I guess that's pretty much the biggest difference from the first game around, and the fact that they're not throwing away easy rounds. Okay, well, 3 armors picked up on the side of Mouse. That's mainly just to kind of balance out their economy between the teammates. So not a massive investment, given that they had a bit of a bank to work with from the get-go, and it gives them a potential to actually do some damage to Titan as well. Titan very spread out though, and this is something we saw Apex do solely by himself last time they played Cobble, actually just running into apps there. Now he had a friend in RPK who's going to wrap around apps here.
You got a friend in me. Chris J going to find Kenny S. Apex though gets the answer. And the answer that RPK gets is only one. It's Chris J that gets him immediately back. But the bomb is working over toward B. Apex is already inside of that site. They're going to throw the bomb across, in fact. It doesn't quite go far enough, so Maniac has to go back to grab from the front of the tree as Existence drops next. And the last player remaining, oh, it's Chris J, and he's going to save.
Wise decision, though. He has an op. He can hold on to that. Well, obviously much cheaper than buying it up himself. And the likelihood of him actually picking up those 2 frags and having the time to defuse in a situation like that is pretty much 0. But yeah, Titan pick it up rounds. So 4 rounds already on their T side. They have been able to get a decent amount of money. Obviously, losing Kenny and RPK, they're gonna have to spend some of that moolah coming in. But they have a decent amount of cash to work with for the get-go.
So Chris J has an op. His teammates have M4s. They've got 1 kit only. Never mind, I take that back. Speedy just bought one. They've got 2 kits only. 3 kits now as Chris J wants to ruin my prediction even more. Caster's Curse. Either way, it's weapons across from everyone. There's a Galil for Maniac, but utility's out for him. And that's the important aspect of things. As Kenny again peeks toward long. Maniac's going to fall off of long B. And a nade coming over top of the drop doesn't do much damage. Existence catches a little bit of it as he retreats, down the stairs. Speedy and Nex, they've boosted up Speedy. I love this position actually, because if you can okay, well that was stupid. I love that position except for the fact that there's a tree in your face that it does have a hitbox. You can't throw nades through that, Nex. Or Speedy, whoever it was.
If you just want to, enough. If you just wish for it hard enough. No, yeah. But yeah, it's a really good position. Obviously not the prime thing to throw nades through, but well, Mousesports getting off to a good start, getting 2 opening frags, but Maniac's got to return 1. Actually getting 2 there. But
that's all he gets, as Speedy will take him down after he walks in toward the site. And Kenny S looking for more, gets Speedy indeed. But missing the smoke as well from him. It gets caught on the top stair. Hope to go a little bit further. Either way, it does cover off the entire alleyway. But it allows a player to push up a little bit closer should they take advantage of the situation. Instead, Kenny watching the flank. Leaves RPK deep inside the site, and RPK popping out. Finds the first on Chris J. Turning back, can't find Dennis, but Dennis, what? He actually got Chris J. I was about to say, but Kenny's there. He's not at all. Dennis makes that look easy as he snaps back and forth to and fro, and he'll get the round. It's 4-3.
Nah, Kenny missed that first shot, and before he even had time to pull up the Tech 9, Dennis just sort of flicked shot him right in the head. So, yeah, maybe Kenny should have hit that shot initially onto Dennis, but great shot from Dennis as well to save the round from Mouse. Looks like a pretty quick B rush here coming in from Titan, and this actually could very well catch mousesports off guard. They're not in good positions here to hold this back.
Well, that's one of the things with the new cobblestone, where you don't have to stagger over to the right and then come back to the left when you run through the B tunnels. You can go straight toward the connection point. If you have good enough spawns, you can beat them there. And that's exactly the case we saw here, but the smokes did come out. They bounced it off the box. It was successful enough to slow down Titan. It gives them a bit better of a chance to get in position, but look how far back they have to play. So Dennis, he's already gone to the chicken coop. Thankfully, he's their saving grace because no one else was on the choke point, and Gobby's going to hold on to drop. It's RPK to go down in that perspective, and our next, he holds on. At least Dennis did fall. They get one rifle down, but that's all Titan gets, and it is 4-4.
That was actually a pretty cool round. Like, it ended up being an entire wall of smoke on that B bomb site, which, you know, given how wide that is, you wouldn't think that was a possibility. But, you know, given how those smokes were set up, I'm actually kind of surprised that Dennis was allowed to come out from henhouse and pick up 2 people, because that's pretty much the only place you can get punished from with that wall. And it's the only place someone can actually run through and, you know, have some sort of a decent positioning versus what you're doing as Titan. But, you know, in the end, it works out for mousesports, but, you know, that's something Titan can pick up from that and learn for the future. Because it was really cool to execute otherwise.
Apex taking down Chris J. It's a start. Everything needs a start. I like Dennis's position here. He'll be able to cover off bottom of mid. Successful. Has to drop, though, because he's already looking back the other direction. And Kenny S., stylist as ever, comes around the corner. Very quick shot on Dennis. That'll make the A side a lot more probable for Titan. As Maniac's cutting down drop, he hopes to cut off the rotation points, but sadly, he's missed his chance. Instead, he changes his angle and still almost makes it work against Speedy, but Speedy gets away with 9 HP. Gobby's still doing a battle at middle right now to slow down this push, but Apex is inside the site still, and he gets next, so there's really nothing more that Mouse can do except for rely on Gobby in a 1-on-2 situation. Has full HP, Kenny S only with 8, Apex on 89, so added up, it's still less than the total that Gobby has. He swapped it over to the M4. This should give him a chance to catch Kenny S, but Kenny S does have the AWP. He only needs 1 shot, and if he can beat him to it, that's all it would take. Now the second player also spotting him, but Gobby holding true does take down Kenny. Goes for the bounce flash, looks for the peek, but Apex, smartly so, has already retreated to the comforts of the B site, where he can set up a nice little bomb plant, get cozy, roast some marshmallows on the fire until his company of Gobby arrives. And Gobby's there. Gobby gets caught. Apex clutching it out. It's going to be Titan on 5.
Yeah, pretty good start for Titan so far here now, and well, Apex being the man leading the charge right now. He did not have a great game on Cash first time around, so it's nice to see him getting into things. Same thing kind of goes for RPK as well. It was more Maniac and Kenny doing most of the heavy lifting on Cash. And as for right now, they're actually in a position where they could force mousesports back to ecoing if they pick up this round, and that would be a massive one for them. All of a sudden they could be looking, you know, it's a very likely scenario where they could be getting to 8-9 rounds because of that.
Maniac gap in the smoke, trying to take advantage of it, look toward the chicken coop, but hasn't spotted anyone up just yet. As Maniac will continue to push forward regardless. Speedy does pay the price of allowing that to happen, although gets the assist when Nex eventually does put him down. Puts it back to 4-4, but as I say that, RPK's gone. Dennis takes down Apex, and mousesports looking good suddenly on their CT side in this particular round, as Gobby falling back over toward A to help support the cause, but the cause is falling apart as Existence will take down Dennis. It's Gobby to respond, and Kenny S now leaves himself 1-on-2 with 46 HP, has bomb, has AK, has flash, has HE, has a dream, has skill. What does he not have, Vendetta?
There's actually nothing it doesn't
has a date
have.
of the pool.
He have it all, just like Monte Ellis.
We'll see if that date of the pool is going to stick around for long, because this map is definitely going back and forth. The rounds are going the distance. I imagine she's probably left the pool by now, as Kenny, he works inside the A site. Checking every angle possible. He just needs to get this bomb down and give himself a bit of a chance. The second he goes for the plant, though, they're going to completely swarm on top of him. But Gabi's actually left the scene. He's heading back over toward B, so next will call that the bomb is being planted. But he won't be able to pursue immediately. Instead, he does. He actually mans it up. I thought he might wait for his teammate to get a little closer, but getting the kill on Kenny before he can retreat into safety. And it's going to be 5-5.
No mouse hold for him. No eco for them. Titan on their end, they do get the bomb plant, so they can potentially buy up here, even though it's going to be a bit scattered in terms of what kind of rifles they can get. But I think something like a Tech 9 could still work pretty nicely on a map like Cobble. Yeah, and Titan do decide to buy up. Not that many needs to work with, though, even though they definitely had the opportunity to do so, but they're going to opt to, rather have 2 buys in a row. Or I guess, yeah. Buy and buy, really, and they're going to be able to buy up next round anyway, and that's pretty much the way they've set things up with the buy they've done now.
So now Titan will push through the doorway. See if they can get in position with these pistols to try and take over the A side. And Apex with the only rifle takes down Chris, but look at the rest of the team. After Chris gets 2, it's Dennis to get the next. And all of Titan is quickly dying, although not with Apex continuing to push on as such. He'll take down Dennis. He slides back out with the AK looking for a secondary angle. He hasn't found it just yet, but the player that's opposing him, Gobby, thinks he's gone around the back, and he hasn't, so he may still find more here. As Gobby is giving him the chance to do that, the nade going out though and getting caught in transition speed, he will eventually drop him. Maniac, meanwhile, using Apex as an entire bait play, is headed back over toward B with the bomb. And I don't think Mouse is really completely aware of this yet. They're just now moving Speedy back into the connection. So this allows Maniac to put the bomb in place. Very aggressive angle as he wants to catch them up before they even get through the doorway, and he can't do it. Next he'll get the kill. And mousesports, they'll take back the lead in a game they need to win.
Yeah, no, and, well, given how the current state of things are, if mousesports can get to, an 8-7 half or 9-6 half, that would be, right on the spot for them. Because at the very beginning there, it was looking like Titan were the one, if anyone, going to get towards a double figure result in the first half. But been kind of slowed down now. Luckily for them, they did get, another bomb plant, so that buy that they barely would have eked out without one in the previous round is going to be looking really nice right now. The only one who doesn't really have a lot of needs to work with is Kenny because he went for an op.
Next and Speedy again going for this boost play. See if it pays off at all as Apex will catch Chris J. Again, the start going to Titan, and Apex has been pretty solid so far on this T side, it has to be said, as he finds yet another kill to help his teammates out. And Dennis will push through this smoke, but what can he find on the other side? He finds Apex, of all people. And this means that Maniac is left alone at B as he waits for the lurk, and the bomb is dropped all the way back over toward mid, so it's a long way back. As Kenny, though, he'll find Dennis up close with the op at the bottom of danger. And still this point of contention exists at the long connection at B. And where's the bomb going to head? That's the curious aspect of this, because Maniac's now just dropped, and the bomb was slowly lurking back toward that B position. They've changed their mind, because the last chance of survival is RPK inside the site, and RPK's gone. What does Existence hope to do? It is round 12. Titan have not a whole lot of economy working for them. The last 2 in a row. It does give them a bit of a bonus moving into the next round, as Gobby, sitting on the site, he walks out as Existence walks in, so they won't spot each other going by. And Existence might actually be able to catch off Gobby because of this, because he's going to appear in a spot that was not expected whatsoever, and Existence will put the bomb down. It's left to a one-on-one. Next, the 1-on-2, the last time he was here with Kenny S, was able to pick up the round, but this time it's a little bit different circumstances. He's not in position to catch Kenny before he retreats, but he still gets his Existence as he moves over below the Sermon spot. And it's going to be 6-6, or rather, excuse me, take that back. It's going to be 7-5, because math is hard.
Math is really hard, and even with the bomb plant this time around, Titan, well, they could decide to buy, but it's not going to be a good one. So I'm kind of hoping to see an eco coming out from them, and instead of looking at a really good T side from them, it's kind of well, yeah, leaning towards being just an okay T half more than anything else.
Well, Speedy this time is very speedy indeed to get to that B choke point, and rightfully so, but he's run out of ammunition in the first magazine already. He has to fall back inside the site. They'll swap the guns as well to put Dennis back up on top of this L turn. See if he can take advantage of it. Last time he was able to collect 2 kills toward mid, but had to fall off of the position, giving up the site. Apex will go back toward drop. They're not even going to challenge Speedy, so just by having him in position, he's able to force a retreat. Meanwhile, Maniac, he's the only one that's stuck around. He's gotten out toward the Olaf, underneath the arch. Olaf spot, that's where he plays so commonly. But he won't get much from it, as Nex finds him. Kenny's the only one that finds kills right now from Titan's side. He may get more, no he won't. Nex is there. And Nex continuing to lead the way and lead by example. 16-6 for his scoreline, and it's 8-5. mousesports looking very, very good. Again, they have to win this map.
Yeah, and Titan again trying for that smoke wall on the B bomb side, although with a bit of a different variation to it. Instead of running out towards that B plateau, end up dropping down pretty much everyone but one through that drop zone. Doesn't quite work out this time around. They actually had a good opportunity to catch 2 people from mousesports off guard, but in the end doesn't really work, and it's back to the drawing board for them. Aggressive boost up on plateau here from mousesports. So Maniac could be caught out if he's not careful here. He's actually going to back all the way down, and right now it's just a very standard setup from Titan, pretty similar to what they've done quite a few rounds now.
Apex looking for an entry toward long. Gonna bounce the flash over top of the wall. They've already Molotov'd out in the corner to make sure no one's gonna be playing at hay bales. But Chris J, he's aggressive, bottom danger. This gives him an escape plan as well, because the last 2 players aren't quite in position to catch him from behind as he works back toward the A site. Meanwhile, Existence does at least pick up 1. It's Gobby they collect. But Dennis has already caught out Existence, who was deep inside the site, so impressive that he got that far, but now it's Maniac who's come around from drop. No one's covered this off, as Gobby did go down. We mentioned that he's normally the player that's in that position. And Apex managed to pick up next. It's Dennis to respond, but Dennis is in the site. They know his position. Meanwhile, they don't know Speedy's, and he's speedy enough to get out in front of the APC, collecting on both. It's next to get the assist, and it's 9 rounds for mousesports.
Yeah. 9 rounds for mousesports. Titan did not get a plant, so again, not the most fun type of buy they can ask for going into the last round, and mousesports have just completely turned this game completely on its head. 5 rounds in a row now. Very likely, actually, to pick up a 6th round as well. It's just Titan are not finding any sort of openings as well. All they've done towards B so far is pretty much execute, which have been the wall of smokes. They've never actually just tried to go out there and get picks towards that B plateau, which we've seen so many teams do, and it's kind of just how Olafmeister opened up that map from Fnatic. So they just keep running into this wall towards A, and Chris J with 4 frags. Jesus Christ, yeah. This is definitely not Titan's day.
Not Titan day indeed, and this will conclude the half with a 10-5 scoreline, pending any miracle plays here from Apex, and he already gets 1 with the 1-tap, so maybe there is a chance, as he takes down Chris J, and now he has to find the other 2 coming across. He gets Gobby, and Nex isn't going to allow it. If he had picked up Nex, I dare say he had the round pegged. Instead, it's going to go 10-5, and mousesports 6 rounds away from making it through to the playoffs. Titan, remember, are already out.
Oh yeah, no, this is do or die for mousesports. It's kind of a funny situation. I mean, Titan, obviously, they can play with no pressure. They can do it as they feel. Mousesports, on the other hand, for them, it has to be kind of frustrating if they start losing to a team that's already out. Obviously, because you feel like, well, they could just, you know, hand us that spot, right? We've deserved it with winning map number 1. But yeah.
Well, that's the thing, though. If they do that, it's unfair to Penta. Or Hellraisers, as it looks like it might be, that moved down. Again, I have to look at that head-to-head. I didn't get a chance to do so between them. I imagine the admins will be able to tell me which of those 2 teams win the head-to-head tiebreaker, as they both sit at 1-2-2. Meanwhile, it's Kenny S who finds Speedy. That's going to be all the salvation and saving grace he'll find in the round, though, because the bomb's already planted. He's in a 1-on-3. And it's not looking likely that he'll be able to pull this off. Gobby in behind the statue's already spotted him. And not only that, he's also absolutely torn his head off.
Yeah. Now, the quick push from mousesports towards B, pretty much just hitting their shots, and they're doing what Titan never did really on their end, which is just relying heavily on their aim there in those situations, and they get all the picks they need. Side opens up, retake becomes pretty much impossible for the remaining Titan members. I mean, what can Kenny realistically do in a situation like that? And now they just keep the train running right into mid. Kenny get caught out. Same thing with Apex, and well, it's gonna be a tough rotation from Titan.
Existence finding Dennis with the deagle. Gives Titan a little bit to work with here, but they're still down a man. Make it 2 as Speedy waits all the while for Maniac to go for the large flank, and Gobby finding RPK. Leaves only Existence. And his existence is about to be shattered. Because he's only got the deagle, and is a stat track deagle. Feel the power exists. I don't know how much power he can possibly hope to attain from such a gun with the bomb already down. And 4 players who know exactly where he is. Flashbang. Oh, I thought the flashbang for a second got the kill, but it's Gobby that got it with the AK, and it's going to be 12 now, mousesports.
Oh, and still 1 anti-eco round to go for them, so they should be looking at 13 rounds before, you know, when it's all said and done here. And from that point on, I think they just have simply a too big of a lead, actually, for Titan to bring it back.
And right now it's going to be Maniac that heads over toward B. In fact, they're going to stack this correctly. All 10 players are on the B side of the map right now. As a flash does come out, that catches 2 players toward the chicken coop. Apex is up close, and Gobby through the smoke manages to find him, but there's still a chance here for Titan. We've seen them eco before. This match started off with back-to-back ecos, in fact, but Gobby's not going to allow that to happen. Not even get close to it, as next now is going to take down RPK, and Kenny S is the last one remaining. They know it was a stack. What's Kenny trying to do? What's he possibly trying to do? Finds the first, finds the second, low HP on the third, low HP on the fourth, gets to go for the reload, and Kenny S, if he could pull this off, it would be insane. He's going to find the third, and Kenny looking for a hero play. High HP player, bombs down, 57 seconds, they know where he is. As he gets the cross, he finds himself some safety. Also a smoke grenade, Kenny making a case for this. AK picked up inside that smoke now as well, but he's on low HP, 24 to go. And Kenny S, this almost might be play of the year if he can pull this off, as he waited it out, and now he's got Speedy as well. Bomb still down in his position. Chris J waiting for this to come back, and can he do it? No, Chris J shatters the dream. But my God, what an effort from Kenny.
That was an insane round for Kenny, no doubt. Absolutely insane. And I'm also kind of baffled by how he actually survived Nex. Like, how did Nex not kill him when Kenny was trapped in the henhouse? It looked like he was about to admit defeat. He was just, you know, kind of jumping in towards the wall to try to give Nex a worse angle, and then Nex just backs off. Just gives him all the space and the time in the world to actually reload and get back to him. But yeah, no, that crazy round from Kenny. Unfortunately, not enough. And mousesports still pick up that 13th round. And they continue to go back towards V here.
An eco 1-on-5. Like, if that had happened, that might have been the best round I've ever seen.
I would have been something for sure.
I would have happily made highlights of that to, like, put in a moving picture frame on my wall to watch every day. Titan this time, though, with guns. They'll get the round done. Because if they were that close with just Kenny, they'll be that close with rifles, and it's going to be 13-6.
It's still a long way to go for Titan, but obviously you have to start somewhere. Mousesports decided to force buy up. I'm kind of surprised to see Spitty only rocking a Glock, though. Instead of a, you know, could have easily had Chris drop him a pistol, maybe, if you opt to buy up here, because he's got 1,800 bucks. I don't know, would be kind of the teammate friendly kind of thing to do. But in any case, they're going back to beat. Maniac starting things how we left it off in the first round. 2 kills right off the bat.
Gobby looking to bounce the flash over the top. Spotted, but still gets the kill on Existence. Maniac responding immediately, and woo, dodging that bullet. Senpei, please notice me as he gets around And out of dodge. Meanwhile, that allows Apex to get on Speedy's heels, and Kenny S will close out the round. There's still a chance for a comeback. Their CT side looking composed, and now that the guns are out, mousesports not really finding any openings. So Apex down toward middle, getting aggressive toward where Mouse are coming from out of spawn, and Deagle shots coming out. As Apex will burn alive, Chris J is the one to go down. Maniac, though, look at this. Gets inside B tunnels. He's already getting this information for Titan. And again, things are looking solid for them, as only 2 players are dropped so far, but there's no one that's dropped on Titan's side. Finally, Apex does just that, although Existence is there to collect on Speedy and RPK. He'll collect the toll fee from Nex and also Gobby, and it's 13-8.
Quite a few good rounds in a row now for Titan here, staying alive with quite a few members. So you can see Maniac sitting at 8.4k, Kenny at 7k already. So they're in a pretty nice spot going further. mousesports on the other hand, they're gonna have to buy up with everything they got. And well, this is where Titan make their stance really. If they pick up this round, they could pick up pretty much 2 at a time every single time. And that's how you make it back into this. And mousesports is really adamant about going towards this B bomb site. And boom, Titan already having 4 players on it.
Maniac waiting in the corner, caught out, and luckily they checked that corner because it's so often overlooked. Meanwhile, Apex is, though, still on top of the site, and with the prize of Existence up on top of the tree, they've got a great chance. Kenny S is now going to get the next player who slides over. That's Existence, or rather, excuse me, that's Chris J. That's Existence, that would be his teammate. Nonetheless, it's Apex to finish it off, and I don't think this is done by any stretch of imaginations. mousesports are 3 rounds away from making playoffs, and 4 rounds away from getting tied up and having that prevented.
Oh, no, Titan are definitely fighting back for sure, and well, Mouse, they need to think of something else than what they've been doing so far. This B execute is not working out at all, so next time they have weapons, maybe look towards A, at least try to create some sort of a rotation, because Titan was just instantly playing with 4 people towards that B bomb site in the buy round from mousesports.
So far down danger. Apex is again looking alive in this game. 3 kills. I know it's an anti-eco, but very swift indeed.
Yeah, Apex is sitting on 30 frags already. And Cobbled seems to be normally a map that Apex shows up and does crazy things at. I remember that from seeing it, you know, at the Cologne Major. He was just going absolutely crazy in those A-halls, just getting entry round after round after round, to the point where, you know, you just sit there and watch him expecting magical things to happen. He's kind of toying with that kind of a form right now on this map.
And things have definitely slowed down for mousesports. They're not sure exactly where they want to head to start things off, because their default is very passive out toward Courtyard. No one creeping in these A-halls where they've lost out so many times to Apex. So instead, they'll send a few reconnaissance players over toward the B site, but again, it's very, very passive there as well. So Titan definitely are playing in the minds right now of mousesports, who need to pick up this round based on the fact that they finally have guns again to work with. And Maniac, he'll come back across the top of middle. Stack now on A. This is interesting.
It was very interesting. It's a bit of I guess predictive read, seeing how nothing has happened early on towards B, which is when mousesports normally have done something towards that site. They were expecting something towards A, but now mousesports kind of just leaving Speedy to all by himself in that drop zone, and he's going to be that annoying nuisance when mousesports try to go towards A and try to pick up rotations.
Apex again, though, starting things off, but it's going to be cancelled out, and now Mouse have some entries to work with. They're going to smoke off the doorway. That will prohibit the re-entry, but Kenny is still alive at the back of the site. He jumps up over the top, and next, he holds on strong. He finds that angle first, and that means that now things get awkward. Dennis gets RPK. Existence, the last that's left, 28 HP. And it's all a matter of inches. It's just about getting these last few rounds one at a time for mousesports, as this will put them on 14. Existence runs back, grabs an AK, shows off some flair with the bunny hops, but he's going to have to wait till next round if he's going to show off some flair with killing, because it's going to be, like I said, 14 rounds now for mousesports.
Yeah. pretty rough stretch, and well, you know, at the start we're talking about how Apex and RPK, you know, had come out shining for Titan to get off to that good start, and RPK, he's pretty much said, you know, I'm content with that. Those first couple, you know, first 6 rounds of the game, that was all I needed to contribute, because he just basically, like, he's actually just been completely still after that. Best he's gotten a couple of assists, and that's about it, because he's been sitting at 12 frags for the longest time. And, well, if they want to stop Mouse from actually qualifying to this playoff stages, they need everyone to contribute at this point.
And Maniac's going to go to his gun now. He's the one that uses it the most. It's the auto sniper. We'll see how it pays off as he's already out toward the Long B choke point. I love it. He goes to jump. Oh, he's going to be pissed at Existence for that. He's going to be pissed. He jumps up. He gets blocked because his teammate goes across his head. He looks at his teammate, which clearly indicates that he's like, what the hell was that? And then the timing is such that when he does get up, he gets opped. Man, that's unfortunate. And now it's going to be Apex to get next, at least bring it back a little bit. But Maniac, having picked up his auto sniper, finally having the money to get it. It's not a good way to start the round.
Well, taking one for the team. No. Not voluntarily, but taking one for the team nonetheless. Now it's just Existence having that auto sniper. Oh, that's just really unfortunate. And that's the kind of, those kind of moments just really dig at you. If you're Maniac, I mean, if you're not having the greatest of games or you're behind, you know, having something silly like that happen is just gonna wear you down. Mousesports intend to take things towards A though. Apex starting things off with the kill onto Gabi, and well, he's just...
Well, they just keep playing into him as well. I mean...
Yeah.
He's got 10 HP. He goes over the top, gets another in the round, and closing it out with the last. No, I take that back. Existence, who ended up killing his teammate in a weird way, picks up his gun, uses it to get the last kill. He'll at least be polite and throw it back over to Maniac. So it's 14-11. Back to pistols again. Mousesports 15, man. I dare you to at least get this to overtime. I beg you almost if you want to make it to playoffs.
And again, what? I don't understand these buys from Mousesports. Krista has 2.2k, and he buys the Tech 9 and light Kevlar. He could have gotten an AK.
Chris is a weird one. He likes the Tech 9.
I totally get that, but I mean, you could have gotten an AK and a light Kevlar.
Yeah, but I've heard him say in multiple occasions that he actually prefers the Tech 9 up close than to the AK.
I can totally get that, but you have to actually get up close, right? But no,
exactly.
Still, I don't know. In any case, I mean, Gabi's already gone down to Kenny. This being an, I guess, pseudo eco round, Dennis is bought up and Nex as well. So, but Dennis and Christian are holding on to something. Okay, this being let's just call it a force buy. This being a force buy from Mousesports, obviously, is going to have big implications because their buy next round is going to be affected by it as well. So, Titan are just in a really good spot to get even further back into this. They're not really going to have any money issues at all for the rest of the game.
Kenny collecting 2. Falling down immediately after, and Dennis getting Apex, Dennis getting RPK. Bit of a chance, but he's the last one that's left, and Maniac still has the auto sniper, and Maniac's going to put himself in a great position to use it to full advantage and full effect. It's 14-12, and Titan looking to play spoiler right now on Mousesports, and this has got to be frustrating now for the German squad.
No, yeah, well, sure, that has to be frustrating, but I don't really know. Why are you opting to do these kind of buys? And if you want to, you know, have pistols, that type of thing, at least go towards the site where you can actually get more close-up engagements. A is not really the site to do that. So, no, just a lot of weird stuff coming out from Mousesports.
I thought Gabi was going to go for the Olaf-style play where he runs out of spawn the opposite way, smokes out mid, just holds an A player in position because they don't have the information, and then goes back toward B. Instead, he didn't. It's Kenny S, though, doubling up inside the B site, as the pistols haven't done anything, and Kenny S, he'll close the round out. It's 1 round the difference. I mean, this is it. This is the game. This buy right now for Mousesports determines if they go to playoffs or not. 1 round to save them in overtime, of all things.
Yeah, this is really the do or die round. And, well, they haven't gotten a lot to work for them on this T side. They got pistol. They've only gotten 1 buy round after that. That's it. Oh, Titan are doing a good job, and Titan are actually stacking up towards this A apps. There's no way Mousesports are expecting this.
expecting indeed, and not at all. As Apex, again, no surprise, will take down Gabi. So that means Nex has to come back over toward the drop. Nate out, Dennis down to 18. This is not looking good at all for mousesports. But RPK's waiting. He's going to slow this down even further by putting out a can of fire atop the drop. Let's see if Kenny can make anything happen as he gets more in position than before. Chris J beats him to it at long. Now they've got a chance. They don't even necessarily need drop at this point if they can overwhelm from long. I wouldn't be surprised if they still send a player down. In fact, they've sent 2. RPK's still looking in that position, though. But a flash comes over. He dodges that as he sees it in the top to his right. Dodges the second as well. But Nex will find him. And mousesports are looking great all of a sudden as Chris J takes down Apex and Nex on existence. It's all left to Maniac. It's not going to happen. We're at least going to overtime. And mousesports will fight forward for at least a playoff spot as we hit match point just like that.
Yeah, so that was a bit of a weird decision from Titan, because obviously you have the 3-man stack towards that A-halls at the beginning. As soon as you get that frag and you kind of realize that you've stopped mousesports, there's no way they're actually going back into this. You have to make a quicker rotation over towards B. As soon as the first guy goes down on B, RPK just sits there alone versus 4 people for the longest possible time, so there's no realistic chance of him actually holding back that attack from mousesports. And that's something that Titan should be very aware of when it happens, or just way before it happens.
Apex back out from danger on Dennis. So again, he gives this team the early advantage. Just a quick look, 36 kills he leads the way with. Next on the opposing side has 28. So a good game from him as well, as Maniac's going to change his angle, gets off of the tree boost, and actually beats Chris J to the punch. But next, there he is through the smoke, knowing his teammate just dropped from a close angle, catches him in the open, but it's Apex again to get God beat. As RPK will rotate back around, and it's 4 versus 2. Not done just yet by any stretch of imagination. I don't know, now it is. As Nex went down, it left Speedy all by himself, and now it's going to be round 30, overtime, or playoffs for mousesports.
Look at the behind that mousesports have to go out with 3 AKs, Tech 9, and well, a Glock so far on actually, yeah, just a Glock and nades on Spitty, not even armor. Yeah, they're just putting everything in one basket right here. Well, they have to, but it's kind of looking like overtime to me right now. Rotations have already come in from Titan as well. There are already 4 people on that B-bomb side. Apex is on the backstep as well.
Maniac's there, he gets Dennis. That's the first one to go down as the bomb is dropped, and Maniac now collecting on Chris J as Kenny's gonna get next. It's looking like overtime is more than probable as it's all left to Gabi, and that's exactly going to be the case. Overtime on Cobblestone, and mousesports need to fear this because they're the team that had the lead and let it slip firmly out of their control after a 9-6 first half. It's still all up in the air.
They were up like, what, 13-5 at some point? So yeah, I think going into the 19th round, they were up 13-5, and at that point they should have been able to close it out. That was a massive gap for Titan to actually close. Apex dropping almost 40 frags, obviously that's going to be a bit of a factor in Titan getting back into things, but still, I think Mess had plenty of opportunities to actually close this out and actually be ready for the playoffs about now.
Look at these 2 subscribers, I love them. Nighthawk Gaming, Burner, you guys are gonna win a knife for show. So MR3, last time we did this, Ebot messed it up and had the overlay switch at half to say MR5, but it's not. It's MR3, 10K, single overtime, double if needed, triple if needed, quadruple if needed, whatever comes after quadruple.
Quintuple?
Quintuple. Hexagonal.
I'm just throwing out words here, man.
Pentagonal, then hexagonal. Polygonal, octagonal, I don't even know.
Ocho Cinco.
Either way, we're underway. As op-out for either side, AKs as well as M4s, so it's pretty much a standard even buy across both teams. Naturally, that means the CTs do have to spend a little bit more, so 29.6 spent from them and 25.9 for the T side.
Yeah, and well, mousesports as of right now, just kind of like leaving Speedy towards that B-bomb site, and we have seen mousesports do something similar where they leave one guy to kind of just be that lurker role in the drop room while the rest of them take control over towards A. Didn't really work out, or actually did work out for them. That was the one buy round they actually got in the previous, I guess in the regular half. So
this is the interesting thing, though, that like teams, once we reset and hit overtime, the mentality shifts entirely, and the T sides that always seem to struggle and cause the overtime end up picking things up. And now it's going to be an even situation. They're toward the site. They get Kenny. We saw them started off with the opening pick on Chris J. And another situation. I don't know what it is about overtime and T-sided teams that suddenly they pick up rounds that were elusive to them during regulation. When they had 15 chances, they get 3 and they'll pick up like 2. It makes no sense to me. Either way, it's Maniac left in a 1-on-2. Bomb is going to be planted. Dennis is all alone on the site. He needs to be careful because Speedy... Why is he working so far away? He's going to leave this to a one-on-one. If Maniac acts quickly, Speedy's going to have to get on his horse here and try and get out behind Maniac. His fortunate part of this is that he's on 16 HP. But Maniac's still searching. Maniac spots him. Now he knows he's there, fakes for the smoke, and he's still going to go down. Speedy wins the round. And there it is. That might be enough for mousesports to at least hang on with 1 T round.
Yeah, so mousesports finally make it work, and I don't know, you know, regarding to what you said, sometimes it feels like a lot of the teams actually just go back to what worked. You know, they're actually thinking like, okay, we won rounds doing this and this and this, so let's just try that from the get-go instead of just varying out our play by, you know, a very wide amount. And oftentimes it works. Maybe not for the reasons that you expected them to work. Maybe people just hit crazy shots and you get, you know, onto a site that way, but no, I completely agree. Oftentimes when we've seen people pick up, you know, 2 rounds the entire first half on their T side, they all of a sudden come into overtime and get a clean 3-0. And Titan doing the same A stack towards A-Apps once again. This time though, nobody from Mouse has actually indulged them as of right now.
That's Chris J waiting again, finding the opening pick. Something that they could not find in all of regulation, and Chris has done it now twice with the op in 2 consecutive rounds, leaving Speedy to go for the next entry. Meanwhile, Apex has at least brought it back. No surprise, he's been on fire. But Speedy's going to get RPK, and that means we do have a slight advantage going the way of mousesports yet again, who will now not only smoke, but also extinguish their own Molotov, although the edge of it will still be in ignition. So if they came through the smoke, they would get burned by the remaining flames. And that gives them the drop room, gives them the plant, but existence, he turns it back, he gets Speedy. I don't know how Speedy lost that exchange. And he takes down Gobby before the bomb. No, I take it back after the bomb was planted. And that means next he can close it out. What a turnaround by him. But that round very nearly fell apart. And mousesports 2 overtime, T-sided halves, rounds, whatever you want to call them, Vendetta.
Thingies. Thingamajigs. But yeah, no, mousesports already improving on their T side pretty much. Already picked up more weapon rounds than what they did in the first half, or in their first T half. So yeah, just weird occurrences all over. And this being an MR10, CT side dropping 2 rounds, they're gonna have to go with pistols for the last remaining rounds. So this should be a 3-0 for mousesports.
Speedy looking, realizing, or perhaps not even, that existence has gone up for the counter boost, but Nex was waiting passively below the stairwell. And Gobby now finding Apex. Again, the advantage works, and eco round in overtime pretty much puts the writing on the wall, does it not? Chris J is going to burn Maniac alive from Olaf's spot. As RPK waits at the bottom of drop, it's left to Kenny S and RPK. And are they going to do it again? I think they may. No, they're not. Kenny thinks better of it. I thought they were going to go for the reverse boost yet again for a second time, and Gobby finds them both. 18-15, match point already as we swap over on half for mousesports.
This might just be a very quick overtime here. Well, Titan have to fight their way back. It's not like they had an... well, they didn't have a supreme T-side themselves, actually. They started off very well and then kind of petered out once mousesports got their defense going, but it's going to be exciting to see. All mousesports need is 1 round.
Next is going to go. Nope, they don't. They think better. Maybe it's because Speedy failed. I'm not 100% sure, but they didn't go for the boost in the corner.
Probably for the better, because Maniac would have been on that. Speaking of being on that, he's on fire right now. And there you go. There's the boost. They just need some assistance from the fire department.
from the fire department, and the fire department of Kenny S. with the op, but there's still a man down, so Mouse could wrap this up right now, push themselves in toward playoffs, wrap up the group. It's going to be Existence who takes down Dennis. Gobbeat firing back, gets Existence, still leaves them with the man advantage, and it's Kenny S. in a 1-on-2, excuse me. Remember, this went to overtime. Imagine he had won that Eco 1-on-5. That would have been absolutely nuts. This could have been over already, and these two teams both could have done their season. Instead, Kenny now pushes forward to find Gobby. Has the bomb, still looking for a chance to plant it. He's going to fake this out, try and bait the play, and it's Chris J to close it out. 4 straight rounds in overtime, and Titan, their best efforts on a comeback, falls short. Mouse Sports, congratulations. You've qualified for the lower bracket of the playoffs in Group B.
Yeah, congratulations to Mouse Sports, though, making it through, even though probably could have done it a tiny bit more comfortably than going into overtime to decide their own fate, but, you know, they're going to be going through to the playoff stages. That means Group B is all decided, right?
Yeah, Group B is decided, in fact. Now, as it sits right now, as I see this, and I'm going to get clarification right now from the admins. I'm just typing this right now, but I think it actually is Hellraisers that go out, because I think Penta beat Hellraisers in the 1-on-1. We saw that, in fact, I think just the other day. So that should mean that Hellraisers and Titan are the two to not advance. Penta and Mousesports, both German rosters, get through, and it's Envious and Team Solo made the top off the upper bracket of the playoffs. Meanwhile, Group A, we said it's still all open to play for. In fact, 3 teams could still go to the upper bracket. Navi, Virtus Pro, Team Kingwin, and Flipside, as I guess technically could as well when they lose it out, but they've actually got, it's been updated now. They've got 2 losses, so I take that back. They can only win 2 more games and give them 9 points, which would leave them just slightly light unless Virtus Pro or Kingwin fail to pick up another win.
It's going to be interesting to watch. And I mean, I think our last match day of CounterPit is the 7th of July.
It's correct,
about, group stages? Yeah? Okay, yeah. So everything's going to be laid out in front of us. We're going to see the solitaire being solved in a matter of days. It's going to be fun to watch.
Fun indeed. Well, that concludes us for today. Thank you very much for watching. Our next match is July 5th, Dignitas versus Kingwin, Gamers 2 versus Flipside. The last 2 games for both Dignitas and Gamers 2. A win against Flipside might actually still give one of those 2 teams a chance should Flipside fail in their last remaining game thereafter that. And Kingwin, they're in a pretty good position, despite that they came into the league late and had to give up a forfeit loss, but we'll see you then, July 5th, which is, I do believe, if I can look at my calendar, 2 days away. I was about to say it's tomorrow, but it's 2 days away, so happy America Day. You guys can have the day off. I had to work on Canada Day. God damn it, Americans. You should have to watch Counter-Strike. But we'll see you then, 2 days from now. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
When you reach the end, will you wait for me? Holding out a torch that's like